Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno da Torino, è un piacere avervi tutti qui con noi ancora. So it's a pleasure to have you in Torino. Welcome back. This is the fifth and last day of our conference. And what better way to start than to have a coffee in Torino with you all. And I'm happy to be here today with Xavier Mateu, who's the head of our Knowledge Hub department in ETF, to start the day and see together what are the main ideas that have emerged in our discussion so far, and what are our expectations for this last day of the conference. So Xavier, good morning. What do you take away from the discussions we had yesterday and the days before?
Buongiorno, good morning, Cesare. Yes, I think during these days, what we've seen is that there is a shared analysis of what are the challenges that we are facing. The technological challenges, the digitalization, of course, the changes in the economy, in the way of doing business, in the climate change, and what is the vision and the agenda for facing these from the point of view of learning and skills development. And this we see that lifelong learning and the cooperation between the different and in partnership between the different actors in the countries and internationally is the right way of addressing this.
And what do you think this means for the work of ETF, for the Knowledge Hub? Have you picked up any ideas, any thoughts that maybe make us think differently about the way ahead?
Well, I think that lifelong learning has been in the agenda for many years. We see now that lifelong learning is becoming not only a possibility, it's really a need if we want to address all these issues that we are facing. And we see how the interaction of things that how we analyze the skills that are needed, how we develop the delivery of these skills, and how we work at the system level, incorporating the different elements of this complex policy. It's what is behind the logic of the Knowledge Hub. And we see that the conference is a way of an example that it shows how we want to address that together with the different international organizations, with the countries, with the putting together the different policies in an innovative way. I think that's really what we can see for the future. And I think that today we also will see some examples of best practices of how this in practice applies on the field. I think this is a very good example that we will see today on how to address in the coming years.
And under your responsibility, we also have the Torino process, which is the monitoring and assessment function here in ETF, which is also at the heart of the ideas that we bring to the conference or so. And how do you see the connection between these monitoring efforts that we do in the countries and the system change that has emerged as one of the themes we discussed over the past few days?
Yeah, yesterday we had this presentation of the Torino process result of the last wave. And one of the things that we've tried to be doing in the last time, but definitely for the coming years, it will be more important, is this how we measure and follow this implementation of a lifelong learning strategy, which really puts together many of these policies that we've been seeing in the past from a more sectorial way. Putting all this together and trying to see how they all fit one another in order to respond to those the complexity of the issues that we are addressing, and putting education and training and skills development in the core of the response to these socioeconomic challenges. I think that this is the way the monitoring and the Torino process can really find the way of measuring the progress in this direction. That's what is needed.
That's great indeed. We have a continuous challenge to make sure that the monitoring is connected to the reforms and does not become a burden. But we see that over the years, this has been more interactive and also more participation on the side of the countries. One of the things that also I picked up in the conversations is that there is a lot of attention now and a lot of preoccupation about the question of inclusion, making sure that we don't leave anybody behind. And the green economy is seen as part of the answer. The green skills is connected somehow to how we can reform and move forward with the systems. And how do you see this connection? What did you pick up in the conversations about this challenge?
Yes, of course, the green economy by itself, it's changing the way of working, and depending on how we incorporate these changes and how we, for example, see that the learning is part of this new way of working, and how we see that the center of people are at the center of this transformation, we will see how this can be an inclusive solution to those problems, or on the contrary, can continue with some of the risk of exclusion that we've seen. The pandemic, I think, was an example of how with all these changes being accelerated. And then we saw that in the way of addressing that could be increasing resilience and could be increasing inclusiveness. On the contrary, could be a factor of higher exclusion. So it is not for granted that the new Green Deal will absolutely go in the direction of higher inclusion. It depends on how we do that and how we put people on the core of that.
And one of the comments that I picked up also from participants is that ultimately this way of holding a conference, this hybrid way, but trying to bring so many different participants as we have done. We had, I think, over 1,200 participants in the course of the different events. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you feel that this was helpful to the discussions? Are we missing out on something? How do you see this mode of discussing together? We are getting used to it, but I think we can also, from ETF, what do we think about it?
Well, I think the technology definitely allows to mobilize all these people and to materialize what we were saying in our strategy a couple of years ago, that we wanted to find those way of working in co-creating with the different people in the countries, practitioners, policy makers, experts from international organizations. From we managed to have here G20. We make reference to the skills agenda, but also what international organizations are doing, what Georgia and Serbia and Kyrgyzstan and all the different countries that we saw, all these experiences at the same time working with practitioners and policymakers. I think this is what the technology allows for. It would be very difficult to do that only with the presential mode. So perhaps we hope that in the very soon, we can combine the two different things and get the best benefits of the different modalities. But definitely we see a better way of reaching many other people that in the past perhaps it was not so difficult. It was more difficult.
Well, thanks a lot, Xavier. I guess one of the things we cannot share with you virtually is the good coffee of Torino. So for that, you would still have to come and see us here. But for everything else, it has been a good session and a good run of the last few days. I think we are ready to start after this virtual coffee for most of you, real one for me and Xavier. And over to you, Simona.
Welcome back. I'm very pleased to welcome you all back in our Salotto here in ETF. Salotto actually stands for living room. Welcome to all the Zoomers, live beaters, and also from the social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Before actually we enter into the real event, actually let me just recall you a few instructions on LiveBeat. And actually I'm sure you will now see the slide just just recapping, you don't say it actually, all the key elements. So first button, the red one, if you want to close the live stream window, you click there. If you want to write a question or comments, please click on the purple button. If you want to go for a live question, we will take care of it, and you click on the green button. And even more important, we will have several moments of interaction today. So please click on the Mentimeter engagement button, so the light blue. This is really the bottom of today. We will have several moments for interaction. And so I thank you all for actually keeping your attention in this very important moment, which actually will enhance the proceeding of our events. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce Mr. Andrea Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills from OECD. Welcome, Andrea, in the Salotto in Torino, in ETF, and the floor is yours, and he will talk us about opportunities for lifelong learning. Thank you, Andreas, the floor is yours.
Buongiorno, and thank you for the invitation. If you could just load my slides so that I can do my presentation. Yeah, thank you so much. Again, you talked about lifelong learning all this week, and in the past, it was a luxury. We used to learn to do the work, and then we could continue learning. And now learning simply is the work. Next slide. And it's particularly important in these very difficult times. I think the slides do not advance. In these difficult times where labor markets are getting increasingly polarized, volatile, and of course where digitalization has been greatly amplified during the pandemic. Next slide, please. If you think about the new nature of the firm, you know, in the new world in which we live, firms are basically also built on digital platforms. With a small number of people, you can have a huge footprint in the world. The most successful companies these days are not created by a big industry, but often by a big idea. They often have the product before they have the money. We no longer know who is the customer and who is the business. These lines are blurring, and even governments are jumping on the platform wagon. Next slide, please. But we also see that skills and automation are very closely linked. On the vertical axis, you can see the numeracy skills that adults have, people in the workplace. On the horizontal axis, you see the risk of automation. Basically, the kind of likelihood that your job will disappear or very significantly change. And you can see there is a good correlation. There's some countries accepted from this, countries typically with a high level of industrial jobs, but more or less you can say the more highly skilled your adult population, the lower the risk of automation. So automation is going to hit those countries first and most that are least prepared for it. Next slide, please. Now, and you skip one, I think. Okay, there must be a slide missing. Okay, please, next slide. But one thing that is really worrying is that you have, when you look at young people at the age of 15 in our PISA assessment, that when you ask them, what do you want to do in your life? Many of them, you can see here in some countries is 30%, in some countries it's over 50% if you look at the Slovak Republic. These 15-year-olds aspire to jobs that will no longer exist when they graduate. There is a mismatch between the aspirations of young people and the reality. Now, school is often very much removed from the reality of the labor market as we anticipated. That's something that we have to work on. Lifelong learning is not just about learning after school. It's very much also about the learning very early in our life. In fact, some of the skills that we value most in workplaces, whether you can live with yourself, whether you can live and work with others, whether you can live with the planet, those skills are often developed best in the very earliest years of life. This attitude, this disposition to lifelong learning is crucially important, and also to bring the world of work more closely into the world of learning so that young people get better aspirations of the world around them. Next slide. And basically what is also very worrying when you look at young people's career expectations, They were already narrow in the year 2000. They have become even more narrow. Now you can see over 50% of 15-year-old girls are only looking towards 10 jobs. What they know of the world of work is very limited. And it's become worse. You know, our world of work has become more diverse. There are many more jobs emerging every day. But the perceptions of young people has become more limiting. They're often framed by, you know, what people see in television rather than what's happening in the real world. These are things that we need to work on if we want to make lifelong learning a reality for all. Next slide, please. And we can see the forces underpinning it. Next slide. You can see the impact of digitalization. Next slide. We are seeing that the kind of things that are easiest to teach and easiest to test and easiest to learn, they're also easiest to digitize now. Routine cognitive tasks, routine manual tasks are disappearing from our labor markets. Technology intensive tasks are rising in importance. And if you put those two things together, next slide. Next slide. You can see actually how the future of work is going to look like and how the future of learning needs to look like. Now, a rise in, you know, non-routine tasks and technology-intensive tasks is going to frame a lot of this. And that means, you know, to continue to learn every day because technology is going to evolve and change. Workplaces will change. You can no longer prepare yourself once for a lifetime for those kinds of skills. Next slide. Some people have looked at this more carefully, you know, studying the evolution of skill demand, but you can see very clearly here that it's routine cognitive skills that are disappearing, social skills are rising in importance, and also, once again, you know, the non-routine cognitive skills are growing in importance. And those skills are often skills that we learn best in practical applications. You know, in the past, you know, vocational education used to be a last resort for young people. Today, it's becoming a first choice because it's exactly about those kinds of skills that will matter more in a lifelong learning society tomorrow. Next slide. And we also see, you know, we are often afraid of the digital world. You know, it's going to take jobs away. It's going to sort of make skills redundant. But actually, the digital world is extracting much better value from the skills among adults. You can see basically the returns to skills are much higher in digital intensive industries now. So actually for people, it's a good thing. If you're well prepared, if you have the right skills in a digital kind of world, you're going to get more out of this. Better employment and better earnings for people. So extracting better value from this. Next slide from this. And we also see, and this is the most interesting part for our discussions today, if in a technology-rich world, you are more likely to learn from your co-workers. You are more likely to learn by doing. So you're more likely to keep yourself up to date. So the technology-rich kind of workplaces are the lifelong learning places. Technology is a great enabler and enhancer of learning, not just through the delivery of learning. Of course, we can learn with technology, but simply by its very nature. It pushes us to constantly reinvent ourselves, and that is what lifelong learning is about. So let's not just see the dark side of digitalization and taking jobs away. Let's see the positive side of it, of enhancing, enabling lifelong learning, inducing people to reinvent themselves every day. Next slide, please. How well are we prepared? You know, I'm just looking at, you know, our capacity to manage skills, to solve problems in a digital world. Among older adults, you know, when I look at 55 to 65-year-olds, I can see, you know, in the United States and New Zealand, people were a little bit better prepared. You have, you know, roughly 1 in 5 people being prepared. But among most countries, it's only 1 in 10 older workers who is prepared for the world in which we live today when it comes to digital skills. And, you know, that's quite dramatic. That really shows the underinvestment in lifelong learning that we have in today's workplaces. Now you will tell me that's all solved in the younger population. You know, people are being digital natives. And if you click once, you can see actually, next slide, if you, if you look at the young population, the bars get longer. But even in today's young population, in Europe and the OECD, you can see just about, 50% of the people who enter the labor market being equipped with the digital skills that you need today, not even tomorrow. Think about this. Every second young person you're going to meet on the street does not have those digital problem-solving skills. You can also see, how the rank order has changed. The United States used to be at the top, among the older generation, among the younger generation. They're just doing so-so. Now, Singapore used to be at the bottom of the league, very poorly skilled adult population. Now they are together with Finland and Sweden at the top end of the distribution. Things change. Some countries have made remarkable investments, but usually in the young population. The older population has remained left behind. We're seeing an increasing polarization by age group. Now, we know how to deal with the young population. We can educate them in school, university, but the older population continues to be left behind. That's a great risk for our future societies. Next slide. Some people have called this a race between technology and education. In the Industrial Revolution, it was the first time when technology moved ahead of the skills of people. We created schools to address this. But since then, not much has changed. And now we see the digital revolution. Now, once again, if you click once more, you can see how technology is racing again ahead of the skills of people and creating huge amount of social pain. The question we need to ask ourselves is, once again, how do we equip people throughout their lives with the skills that gets them ahead of technology? The bottom line is very simple. People will not accept that they lose their job to a robot if they don't feel they have the skills to actually create or get a new job. That is as simple as it is, but it's dramatic in its impact. Next slide, please. Once again, the lifelong learning society, in the past, you went to school, to university, you did your job, and then you retired. Next slide. In the age in which we live today, early childhood education is becoming hugely more important because, once again, that's where we learn the disposition to learning, the hunger, the curiosity, all of this now. And then, tertiary education will be a lot more transversal. And then, learning and working will be very closely integrated as people move throughout, their jobs. Now, that's the future of learning. We used to learn how to do the work. Now learning is the work. Let me conclude with a few thoughts on the future. Next slide, please. The first thing, of course, is, learning needs to take place mostly in the company level. Now, that's where we work. That's where we learn. Now, how do we pay for this? How do we divide the funds between governments, between employers, and of course, workers? How do we commit our time? How do we incentivize people? Who sets the standards? What is good learning? In universities and schools, we can write curricula and all of this, but what do we do at the workplace? How do we ensure quality? How do we recognize the skills of people? Who trains the trainers? Those are the questions in the lifelong society we need to ask ourselves. Next slide. How do we certify skills? How do we build a currency? We have the technology to do this. Blockchain technology is a great tool to give people real ownership over what they learn, how they learn, when they learn, where they learn. It could break the monopoly of, the education institutions that we have today, make lifelong learning really a reality for all. But, we have not invested very much. And we see this even, when in the migration, of people. Now, when you have someone entering your country, they have a job, but you do not know what skills they have. We need to build a better currency to recognize the skills of people in order to incentivize people to learn. If you learn something and your employer cannot see it and you cannot, make it visible, well, it's not of great value for you. Countries with large shares of people in the informal labor market. Next slide. How do we deal with people outside firms? Now, the unemployed, you can say, well, that's a job of governments. But what about people at risk of losing their job? Now, we can probably anticipate in 20 years there will be no truck drivers anymore. What do we do today to help those people, prepare for their next job rather than waiting until their job expires? It's much harder to do. The people at risk of losing their jobs, or the people who want to change jobs, or the people in the gig economy that are not, part of formal employment structures. These are big questions we need to ask ourselves. The next slide. And last but not least, new forms of work often mean less taxes being available. So we have less means to distribute, less control. The decentralization of information means actually, we need to find new ways to steer lifelong learning systems. We find the link between education and the jobs is weakening. And that means governments are less of a central player. They need to find more indirect ways of steering. What are those kinds of ways? And very last but not least, we need to better anticipate the future. We cannot predict the future, but we need to learn to think in terms of alternative futures. If we prepare ourselves for multiple different kind of scenarios, we will be better prepared for the future that eventually arrives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andreas. That was really, really enriching presentation. And I think that what really we all need to think about is this positive side of digitalization amongst all the inspirations. But first, in fact, I want to introduce again my ETF director, Cesare Onestini.
Morning.
And we also have in remote coming and joining us, Madeleine Scherban, Secretary General of National Commission of Romania for UNESCO. And also, with a bit of emotions, allow me to say also our former director. Madeleine, I guess you are here with us. Oh, so nice to see you. After a long time, you always look the same, which is an achievement in itself. And I pass the floor to Cesare and to you. Nice to see you again, Madeleine.
Thank you, Simona.
Good morning to everyone. I really regret not being with you there in Chile for the coffee, but I promise I will repent. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Simona, and welcome back, Madeleine. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and it's a pleasure especially because we have been starting the conversation yesterday with many international organizations on lifelong learning, on what is their take, how they see lifelong learning moving forward. We have heard many participants talk about the relationship between greening and digital divides, inclusion and lifelong learning. But I think it's important to also think back and say lifelong learning is something we have been discussing over a number of years, and you in your career, you have been a proponent of many actions that are supporting lifelong learning development. So if you look back and you see where we are now, what do you think is different, lifelong learning today compared to what was maybe a few years back, and what is the view forward thinking about what needs to be done?
So thank you very much, first of all, for having me in the meeting. I'm really honored and the emotion that let's share it with you, and thanks to all the co-organizers for this event. Well, what's new, what's next? I'm afraid that lifelong learning is here to stay. And if lifelong is applying to education as well, I think it is a good idea to take lessons, not only from the lifelong learning systems, but equally from education. We recall, all of us, maybe the year 1968, when Philip Coombs published the World Educational Crisis. And the catchword since, I'm repeating, 1968 has been reform. So we are reforming systematically or not the education, but we are observing that the education stays in crisis. Now, with the COVID-19 crisis, I would say the vocabulary has changed towards this sanitary crisis, and we forgot, of course, we put life first, but we forgot the problems we used to have in the education. In the early 90s, we changed the vocabulary from education to learning, for giving the primacy to the learning in the sense of individuals being in the leading role of the learning. But I'm afraid we can't acknowledge very much progress beyond a vast rhetoric. Don't get me wrong. I have to admit that there is very much progress in a number of countries, but we can't pretend that lifelong learning is already paying back. And my main concern is related to the fact that not yet lifelong learning, it is a guiding and an organizing principle. And when I'm saying that, I'm immediately referring to vision and system. So I think that intermittent reforms with ad hoc solutions, with short-termism, they are not capable to predict and give any kind of guarantees for a lifelong learning approach, which unfortunately, too many times is not even well understood, because lifelong learning stays in many cases for adult continuous education, while of course that we are referring to a paradigm shift in giving a lot of importance to learning to learn from the very early ages. And I'm also afraid that we have to rethink everything. And since we are in the Italian-Romanian dialogue, let me call a very important report written by Mircea Malița and Orio Giarini for the Club of Rome that has been published by UNESCO. Here is the link between ETF and UNESCO. If I can make it in any way, it is bridged. In 2003, they published a report referring to the double helix of learning and work, which is critical today in greening, in digital. And they simply said, look, here is about adapting continuously. It's not a reform today, another one tomorrow with ad hoc solutions, and anticipation. Well, in the absence of a black show, for the foresight, or a black elephant for a catastrophic disaster that can change your mind, what you're going to do then in this case? I mean, what can we recommend? I think that there is a message in the UNESCO paper proposed for the General Conference in November in this year, that is called Futures of Education, where they refer to the new social contract for education and lifelong learning. This calls for a systemic approach, but to a complex problem, you have to address the problem with a complex solution. So when we refer to systems, then my hobby goes for adaptive complex systems. So then take it in this way. And then what counts the most is the adaptive learning. I remember that in 2003, before I arrived in Turin, ETF did a very great job for a work that was named Learning Matters. You can say, you can question it. Learning really matters? And here is a question that I think all the policymakers should answer before entering into the logic of creating, building, co-creating the systems. We discussed about individuals today, and these lifelong learners, they have a quantum thinking, but we propose them solutions of learning of yesterday, historically speaking. And then we are referring to partnerships, but the partnerships are not that much anticipatory and effective. That's why the governance, I think, should become more anticipatory, agile, and entrepreneurial, if it's possible, as well, with all the meanings of these new attributes. I mean, we learn new words. So then, you see, I think going beyond a vast rhetoric, we have to go into a systemic approach, advocating for everyone to be involved. And I think as well that from the horizon scanning, we have to make sure that the wisdom of crowds, as is named in the public policy literature, is added, meaning partnering with the learners, with everyone in the society, which is in a way the message of these week conferences in ETF. That's my view.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. I think you helped us understand once again that there are no simple solutions to complex problems. And I think it's right to go back and see what has been said and by very distinguished organizations in the past that leads to the moments we are in today and the situation that we have to face post-pandemic with the goals of greening and having more inclusion. I think we need to bring it all together, and this points in the direction of solutions that require cooperation, networking, and as you pointed out, need the contribution of many different actors, and public policies are at the core of this. So thanks a lot for that. On a personal note—
Thank you very much, and just one more word. I think patching should not be any more the business as usual. Go for systems deepening deepening properly where the problem is. Thank you very much once again. Thank you for having me.
Great, thanks for this incitement to action. On a personal note, a warm greeting from everybody at ETF. And I think we are ready to move on to the next session. Simona, back to you.
Thanks again, Madeleine, really, and Cesare, of course, but I don't see Madeleine from very long, actually. So thanks again. Allora, yesterday, you know that we had a day in which in the morning, actually, we focused on a lot of discussion in plenaries, and then we had the opportunity to discuss in the afternoon 3 different thematic areas. So where we are now reporting back from the discussion that was held yesterday afternoon, and I think that I can start with the first video coming from the first session, which is green. Wow, what a nice video, and I'm more than happy to introduce Ivona for a live reporting back of 4 minutes after the video. And you saw Ivona, she was one of the 2 avatars. Ivona, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Simona. It's a great pleasure for me to present the outcome of a really outstanding discussion that we had yesterday, not only about green, but also about digital transition. So let me bring a few further elements that were maybe not so much explained in the video. First, yes, we need a new mindset. We need innovation and we need skills. Because to make the green and digital transition successful, we will need a drastic cultural change involving individuals, communities, education and training providers, and policy makers themselves. The transition creates new opportunities for jobs, and ILO gave us yesterday the great message: more jobs will be created. But to seize the opportunities, we need policies that skills are created for people to be innovative, adaptable, and learning-oriented. And people will need to be equipped with professional skills to apply new technologies, but also with a wider set of socio-emotional skills, what also Andreas was underlying today. The question is then not so much whether the twin transition will create new jobs, but whether sufficient education and training opportunities for upskilling and reskilling will be provided. And then certainly, the transition process creates new challenges too, because change goes fast and it's often not transparent. And that's why we need a better information system to capture the changing skills demand, to update qualifications and training standards in order to provide relevant training. For example, at the European level, the Commission is working towards a taxonomy for green skills and identification of core profiles. And in order to ensure fair transition, good assessment of skills required and available are necessary. This is particularly important for regions and sectors that are affected by a restructuring process. And to keep up with the pace of change, we also need a proactive attitude of companies, formulating skills requirements and delivering training in cooperation with training providers. And we saw yesterday an excellent example of DTEC Academy in the energy sector in Ukraine. Then, policies matter. And to achieve the positive change, policymakers will have to adopt a long-term thinking perspective and develop policies that empower people to drive and sustain green and digital transition. Skills development and lifelong learning need to be integrated into growth strategies at national, regional, local, and sectoral level, creating ecosystems that bring together the needs of companies and individuals, looking at skills development with the perspective of social and economic development. So we need a mix of wider policy spectrum, economic, labor, and social all together not to leave anyone behind. Finally, working in partnership is key. Having a common vision and goal with a clear understanding of the needs of each of the parties and benefits for them, so they can work towards common solutions. This is the systemic change we need to ensure lifelong learning systems to work. For example, the Pact for Skills launched in November 2020 at EU level brings together authorities, companies, social partners, civil society, but also individuals, everybody around the same goal. The same, for example, we saw in the example of North Denmark region showed yesterday. The benefits of such partnerships are enormous. And we also got a very practical advice. If you want to work in successful partnerships, you need two things: a round table and lots of coffee. I believe it's worth to invest. Thank you very much for your attention, and over to ETF Studio.
Thank you so much, Ivona, and thank you. In fact, I have only water, so I don't know if I will be able to be part of this discussion, but I will equip myself. So thank you so much again to Ivona Ganco, ETF expert. Now we move to the second parallel session, which is in green, and we're more than happy to see the visual reporting back first. Thank you. Thank you so much. The video was nice, but now we have even a nicer moment with Cristina reporting us back live from City Center Turin. Cristina, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to join this session. Indeed, we had a great session yesterday, but not only yesterday, all the week was super interesting. And I hope that I can bring now and summarize these messages that we have about the accessibility and the attractiveness of lifelong learning opportunities. Because to make lifelong learning a reality, we need to look into these aspects of accessibility and if the learning opportunities are appealing as well to learners. We were lucky yesterday in the second session, we had a varied speakers with varied backgrounds and experiences. From the European Commission, EBRD, representatives of our partner countries, Albania and Serbia, a representative of Netherlands, and also representative of Career Guidance International Network. And actually this varied format of speakers and inputs actually enabled us to understand and to have a comprehensive review of the changes, needs, and innovation potential in the education and training, and to understand the composition, the diverse composition of the stakeholders in the lifelong learning ecosystem, and the role of private sector, for example, and as well the role of public institutions and so on. So we started the session with a question: what it takes to become an active learner? And the most important word we got from that consultation was motivation. And I really want to unpack now what it stands behind the motivation. And I think I will complement and underline again what has been already shared by Mr. Schleifer and Mrs. Sherman before. So it takes the individual motivation to keep learning, to search for new opportunities, to grow and to develop his or her career. And it also takes his or her motivation to get the skills certified. It takes also the teachers and trainers' motivation. We need to look at that. If they're enough motivated to create an adaptive and an innovative learning space, and if they are managing to do that through meaningful and engaging learning experiences. And of course, we always talk about, we need to look at the company's motivation to invest, to engage in schools, to collaborate, and also to invest in continuing training. And most importantly, and I think this is the crucial element, is the motivation of policymakers, of actors, of public actors in general, to cater for different kinds of learners, but not only learners. I think now is the moment to look also at non-learners, because we know that the participation in lifelong learning is still modest, and we know there are barriers, and the people are sometimes discouraged, not only because they don't find a learning opportunity, but also because they do not have the sufficient support to complete that training journey, that program. So we really need to look at that and to activate this participation in lifelong learning. The conference, and also this morning we heard that the world is changing. Yes, has changed completely, dramatically after the pandemic, but it was clearly also before that we are going through deep digital and greening transition. Simona just explained what we should do in that context. At the same time, we need to have a joint understanding of this new paradigm. How does it impact the education and training system? And I know that we often say that, but now is the moment to really understand that all these different policies, actions are interconnected. And the failure in the way social benefits are designed actually affect the participation, really deeply affect the participation in lifelong learning. So we need to combine, for example, upskilling efforts with adequate social support, with accompanying measures, and also we need to outreach the vulnerable groups, being young or be it adults. Since the context has changed dramatically, we need also to revisit the concepts, the definitions, the standards, the approaches we are currently using in education and training. And maybe we made a lot of advancements in, for example, building the education programs around the learning outcomes. That's a huge achievement, I would say. And it took decades to reach that level. But now we are looking at new elements, the flexibilization that was explained this morning as well. So individual learning accounts, micro-credential, digital-based learning, and the way now learning takes place in so diverse moments and context. So we really need to revisit the concept, but also to make sure that everyone understands perfectly what that definition stands for or concept stands for. So fully fledged flexible learning pathways require a clear understanding of this new phenomena in the world of learning and work. We also have to really change the way we look at the education and really move away now from these supply system-driven policies. We really need to build the design of the lifelong learning in line with, and we need to embed the individual needs, expectations, and their learning strategies, because every individual has a learning strategy. And finally, and I think this complements also the worrying finding that we see from PISA, it's the role of the career guidance, early career guidance, but also lifelong career guidance. So at the heart of an agile and flexible lifelong learning system, there are few key ingredients: outreach, career guidance, counseling, and coaching. And we need capacities, resources, and knowledge to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Cristina Mereuta, ETF expert. That was super interesting. And in fact, at the end of the day, we see how the different elements, let's say, go together. And let's hope actually to give a real hope to all our youth all over the world. We do our best as much as we can. But we go to the third parallel session, which is on resourcing, which is an important element because the budget inside of the story either is there or actually is difficult to implement anything. Please, the video. Thank you. Welcome back again and again and again in the ETF studio, but surprise, surprise, I'm not alone this time. I'm in good company, actually. I'm here with Manuela Prina, Head of Skills Identification and Development Unit. Thank you so much for being live with us. So, Manuela, this is the super reporting back, super live, because you're here with me. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Simona. Thank you very much. Let me report back from the session where we focus on resourcing lifelong learning. And this means to focus both on financial and not financial resources. So let me start with the financial ones. Which is where I think from yesterday's session we all agreed that we definitely, as policymakers and policy shapers, we need to spend more time. First of all, in a logic of skills development for ourselves to be able to advise, and also in terms of knowledge, because this word of financing and funding lifelong learning is really blossoming with really many different opportunities that are important to be captured. So let me talk about funds. Here, first of all, we have to admit and recognize that we have a huge gap that needs to be filled, that is coming from years of under-financing and under-resourcing education and training and skills development in all its forms. And we're talking about investments in infrastructure, we are talking about investment in people, capacities and capabilities to actually be innovative and support skills development. So this is an emergency that needs to be really supported both through public funding, but also through leveraging on new opportunities, in particular in the recognition that skills development is not only important for individuals and society, but it's really a strong component of the companies' competitiveness and resilience, and also their capacity of innovation. And it's because of that public funding, the way we traditionally know it, needs to be complemented and blended with other tools and other mechanisms through which we can fund lifelong learning opportunities. So we need to be much more open to test and to pick up on innovative methods for funding and financing, and also to leverage opportunities of investments in this sector, and not only of grants in this sector, but recognizing that this sector has a huge return, not only for the social dimension, but also for the economic dimension. Then let me go to the other part of resourcing, which is people. And when I say people, we refer to organizations, we refer to institutions, we refer to all actors that are part of the lifelong learning systems. So we need to invest in capacities of education and training provider, of governments, of international organizations too, of public service, in particular, recognizing also the role of the local communities of cities and regions where the majority of the population of the world lives. They are key actors in supporting lifelong learning transformation. Here it's something that emerged very much from the session is really the fact of going beyond the traditional models of partnerships as we know it and incentivize different ways through which people come together and actors come together, recognizing on one side the autonomy, but also reinforcing accountability mechanism, not looking at outputs, but looking at the impact that those partnerships bring to the society and to the economy. And let me finish really focusing on impact, which is what makes resourcing work. So we know that impact and the vision to make lifelong learning a reality is what brings partners together and is also what drives resourcing and investments in the sector. So impact needs to be at the center of our discussion, and we need to realize that this is not something that takes one day, not even 1 year. Yesterday we heard the story from a learning city in Colombia where the effort to actually support lifelong learning is going on for 25 years with fantastic results, but this means having a strong leadership and vision that we see right now reflected in the investment of the European Union in Europe, but also in partner countries and as part of the global agenda. So this is it, Simona.
Excellent. Thank you so much. But then, please stay with me.
Okay.
Also because it's an honor having Emanuela with me today. Allora, you remember when I explained at the beginning the Mentimeter affair? So actually, you click on the button Mentimeter. It's just a kind of polling to engage you in the discussion. The question is, what did you like most in your parallel session? Was it a new knowledge acquisition? Was it interaction? Was it panelists or speakers or moderators? Was it people, let's say, or a coffee break? Allora, I'm waiting because I'm talking under the control of our regia, not to make any mistake. So is it the time to share the result? It is. And then actually we see that I think that the only result I can comment is the 11% that appreciated the 10 now, the coffee break. Manu, do you have any comments on that?
No, I think the coffee break was awful because at least for us as moderators, they didn't offer any coffee. So it was really not a good
So it was not us voting?
No, it was not
good.
us voting.
Okay.
In fact, it's going down. You see, I'm influencing the public.
Okay, so thank you, Manu, for your superpower in influencing the Mentimeter results. And I think that I thank you all, Ivona Ganco, Cristina Mereuta, our ETF expert, and our manager, Manuela Prina. Thank you so much for yesterday and for today. And now I think we can move to the following session. And it is actually my pleasure to introduce Hervé Rouault-Marchand from UNESCO. We are now going to have a section entirely on TVET, vocational education and training. And I think I actually leave you to another moderator from remote. We are trying to do this co-moderation style, and I think I leave you in super safe hands when we talk about technical vocational education and training. Hervé, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona, for giving me the floor, and buongiorno, good morning, and good afternoon to all, depending of where you are in the world. It is my great pleasure to be in this session, to lead and moderate this important session for all of us, and I will explain more on this. You will see that there are many linkages, of course, with the theme of this high-level segment and conference, but also with the previous session and the forthcoming session. Just to recall briefly the objective of this session, as you may know, the global objective is to engage all of us, meaning speakers and the audience, in a global discussion on the global TVET agenda, with a special focus and reference to the UNESCO TVET strategy, for which we are under evaluation this year, but also to try to enrich through the speakers, through the audience, the final evaluation of this strategy, as well as the new strategies that we develop for the coming years. I would like to start also by setting the global context and remind you why these calls for changes in the TVET system is so important for all of us. I won't go into too much historic, let's say, big events, but as you may remember, in 2012, UNESCO organized the third International Congress on TVET in Shanghai. And since then, technical and vocational education and training, meaning TVET, has continuously been gaining momentum and global attention. TVET is a top priority in building greener society and tackling global unemployment, and as such should be more responsive to 21st century needs and skills. We highly believe that because it directly links education and the world of work, TVET has a great potential to address many of the current challenges related to the former and the latter. In that respect, the Education 2030 agenda gives significant attention to TVET, but however, given the scope of the challenges, it is essential that TVET system across the world adapt rapidly. And this was recalled in many interventions in former sessions. Lots of analysis shows that many young people are still too often confined to inactivity, unemployment, or vulnerable employment, and TVET can facilitate their insertion in the labor market and ensure access to decent jobs. This is especially true in the countries with rapidly increasing youth population and with economies that struggle to create good jobs. At the same time, labor market demands for skills is shifting rapidly, due among others, but notably to digitalization and automation, change in the organization of work, and the transition towards greener economies. Additionally, the COVID-19 crisis has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities, emphasizing the need for more resilient, flexible, and inclusive education and TVET system. As you may know, UNESCO has been contributing to that response through our UNESCO strategy for TVET for the last year, from 2016 to 21 this year. And globally, the strategy aimed to support the effort of member states to enhance the relevance of the TVET system, but also and notably to equip all youth and adults with the skills required for employment, decent work, entrepreneurship, and lifelong learning. Just to recall briefly, our strategy has for now three main top priorities. The first one is about fostering youth employment and entrepreneurship. Second one about promoting equity and gender equality. And this is a key priority for UNESCO, in addition to the priority Africa. And the third pillar is about facilitating the transition to green economies and sustainable society. And this is highly in line with the theme of this big conference. UNESCO, as I said, is currently conducting a final evaluation of our strategy, which aims to take stock of experience accumulated over these 6 last years and to identify priorities for the next strategy document, which will cover a period of several years. This has to be defined also, but in any case, starting from 2022. I hope this recall of the global context for the discussion will be very useful. And now allow me to go more in depth in the agenda, as time is also running very fast. I recall the global objective to enrich our final evaluation of our strategy, which is ongoing, as well to enrich the future strategy on TVET for UNESCO. We will have several parts for the discussion. First, our external evaluator, Mr. Simon Brook, will present key findings of the final evaluation of the ongoing TVET strategy from 2016 to 2021. And then, as UNESCO, I will recall and highlight key direction we envisage for the new strategy on TVET for the coming years. We will then have a second part, will be, of course, composed of intervention of several panelists. We have great speakers with a very relevant geographical distribution, as well as several angles as different stakeholders working and engage on Tibet. We have speakers from Russia, Africa, India, and Vietnam. And we will have some perspective from youth, from a continental perspective from Africa, and from industry and employers as well. The name, to be more precise, we will have Mrs. Anna Procopenia as a representative of youth. She comes from the WorldSkills champions, and she comes from Russia. For the African Union, for Africa, we will have Mr. Unami Mpufu, who is a senior programs officer at the African Union. For the industry, we will have Mr. Manish Sabharwal, representing the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And then the final but not the least, we will have Mr. Dong Gian Ye, representing the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor. Of course, after the panel, we highly hope that we will have time for discussion, to have interactive thinking and proposal views for our evaluation of the strategy and the new strategy. So I invite the audience to ask their questions to the panelists, and I will take care with some colleagues to address to some of them. Without further delays, I will give the floor to Mr. Simon Brook, our external evaluator of the UNESCO Tibet strategy. Simon, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Hervé. I suppose there will be some slides as well. Yes, let's go to the next one and skip the first 2-3 slides. Because Hervé already provided quite a good introduction of the strategy as in itself. So the three key priorities, but also the time when it was running, and also now that we need to have an evaluation in the last year. Next slide, please. So the evaluation is basically kind of looking at UNESCO's work, not only the UNESCO headquarters, but also kind of the UNESCO UNEVOC it takes into account, but also the field offices and what happens at regional level. It aims to look back, but also look ahead in terms of kind of finding out what are kind of lessons to learn and what can be taken on board in a new strategy. And the starting point was actually that we conducted a midterm review in 2019. So we provided this as kind of an update of the midterm review, looking at kind of new developments, and especially as well because the midterm review was just finalized when COVID kicked in. So that kind of put everything a little bit upside down in that regard. So we tried to reach out to quite a few people, also within UNESCO. Around 50, 60 people have been interviewed or in focus groups, and also outside of UNESCO, Tibet experts have been consulted. So actually the evaluation I will present kind of, there are 5 main questions. Is the Tibet strategy based on a sound line of reasoning? Is the Tibet strategy still relevant in a changing context? Is the UNESCO infrastructure capable to implement the strategy, and do activities lead to the envisaged output, results, and impact? And what needs improvement in a new strategy? This last question I won't go directly into. I think that's more for Hervé now to elaborate, but in my answers to the first 4 questions, I will provide some indications. So next slide, please. So if we look at the line of reasoning, what we saw is that the problem statement, the overall objective and main line of reason remain valid in 2021, but also in a way beyond. It's about kind of supporting, working with member states to kind of reach, kind of improve TVET systems in line with the TVET recommendation from 2015, but also the SDGs. We also saw, in comparison to the previous strategy, that main improvements were made, and the main challenges of that TVET strategy were kind of looked at and incorporated. But we also see that the TVET strategy in itself doesn't provide that much guidance for the UNESCO's TVET community to stimulate TVET reforms within the countries and regions. It sometimes remains a bit too kind of well, I wouldn't say abstract, but to a limited operational in a way. So what can UNESCO really do in those countries? And also the institutional coordination between the different UNESCO entities, while being further improved by the TVET community as being installed in the context of this evaluation, can still kind of use a little bit more emphasis. So next slide. If we look at whether the TVET strategy is still relevant in the changing context, well, I think the topics mentioned, youth employment, youth unemployment, entrepreneurship, but also the inclusion and green and digital transformation are still kind of key topics for any TVET system to refer to. So, but also I think what is important to mention is that the TVET strategy is kind of flexible enough to kind of go into new avenues or to kind of respond to, for instance, the COVID crisis, which UNESCO quite well did. There are, however, also quite a number of topics or work areas which are not specifically referred to in the document, but on which UNESCO is working, such as teachers, on governance, and especially as well qualifications. Also, other topics that could see more emphasis in a new strategy could be indeed more focus on digitalization and technological development. The priority Africa could be strengthened. The contribution of TVET to all SDGs, not only SDG 4, but to a much wider range of SDGs could be more strengthened. Excellence could be a topic. Migration, of course, lifelong learning as a kind of transformative potential and transformative element in any system, but also kind of micro and digital credentials, which is an emerging topic in the area of qualifications, and also COVID-19 and the recovery strategy could be receive more emphasis. So the next slide, please. It's about the UNESCO infrastructure. Can it implement the strategy, and can it fully comply with what it was aimed to do? We see that the cooperation within UNESCO improved through the TVET community, but still roles and responsibility could be more clarified, or there can be a more kind of a system to kind of support to work together. Also, the TVET community could be strengthened by kind of mobilizing more its internal expertise, and implement also mechanisms for better knowledge exchange on specific topics on which UNESCO is working on in different topics. For instance, on teachers or TVET teachers, there are projects in Africa, but there might also be kind of support. It might also be a topic in policy reviews in Southeast Asia, and this can be more strongly linked. Also, more stronger links can be established with other education sectors. So TVET is obviously not standing alone. It's part of a TVET system, so of an education system. So the links with primary, secondary, but also higher education can be further enforced, but also with non-education sectors within UNESCO, such as culture and science. They work on similar topics and all touch upon the same issues, so the links between those could be strengthened as well. What we also see is that partnerships such as the TVET community, the UNIVOC network, but also the Inter-Asia group on TVET show really positive results in terms of finding cross-links, define joint work, reach more impact, make use of each other's expertise, and it's also advised to kind of see what is possible or also a regional and local level to kind of foster those partnerships even more. And in general, kind of a partnership approach could be advised to kind of work on in a new strategy. And also, and that's not a secret, that UNESCO is not well funded in the TVET area, especially so there can be to work on it, and the demand for support and the demand for kind of being involved in activities is higher than what UNESCO budget-wise can carry. So it could be envisaged that there is more kind of dedicated funding for implementing the strategy to kind of make use of better use of opportunities, and to also kind of find better crosslinks. So the final slide is about whether activities lead to the envisaged output, results, and impact. And what we see is that UNESCO reaches its targets as it was sent out to do. And also what we see in the consultation on the 2015 recommendation we see that many countries report changes in their TVET systems and reforms. Whether that's due to the strategy, it's of course difficult to say, or whether it's UNESCO that kind of is kind of the main push for that. But I think also what Hervé was mentioning, the 2012 and also the new emphasis and the momentum on TVET to develop has really kind of increased the emphasis of all people and all organizations to work on TVET. Still, however, more can be done to assure that projects run by UNESCO lead to more impact, also outside the direct benefiting countries. So finding out those cross-links, making use of knowledge exchange can be something that can be improved. And also looking more into kind of finding out what are models, guidelines, and tools that can be further mainstreamed. So to conclude, our last kind of point to mention is that the new TVET strategy could be more aligned and more supportive to the implementation of the 2015 recommendation and support countries better in reaching the SDGs by 2030. So the TVET strategy is in itself not a normative instrument. The priorities are already there. We have the recommendation, we have the SDG. So it's really about kind of providing a more operational plan, how UNESCO works with member states to deliver on those targets. So I give the floor back to Hervé to kind of sketch a little bit of outline what's next in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, and both for our great collaboration, but also to share these key findings on our evaluation and to see and to learn again that it's rather positive. Why, of course, there is always some place for improvement, and we will do so. It's very informative for us, and I think for all of us, meaning the audience and participants, to see how we have participated over the last 6 years, but how we can also go more or strengthen some direction. So now I will take again the floor just to, and it's very important to highlight key direction we would like to take based on this evaluation. And of course, this evaluation is not finalized. This conference is a key milestone in the evaluation process. And then we will engage also with further consultation, both to finalize the evaluation and to develop our new strategy. Of course, we will, in terms of direction, learn from, let's say, a transition we have engaged in the last month, sometimes by our own willingness, given the needs in the countries, but also sometimes to be forced by the global context, I mean the COVID-19 crisis. You know that since March 2020, we have built the Global Education Coalition, which is a great mechanism to reinforce, to strengthen the partnership between private sectors, international organizations, meaning at least UNESCO, but also with TVET institution at global level. We have launched in July last year what we call the Global Skills Academy to equip 1 million youth with digital and employability skills. So this is a new innovative initiative that will further be developed and implemented. So this is a key element from the transition and the further perspective. We will, by this way, but by other ways, work further beyond the recovery phase of the COVID-19, but also to target to build resilience for TVET system beyond recovery phase. Of course, we will work also on the transition to more digitalized, greener and smarter societies. Greening TVET was already, as recall Simon, one of our pillars, but we will strengthen and within collaboration with our UNESCO UNEVOC International Center at least. We will work on various demographic transition countries are experiencing. Of course, there are various contexts. Some have a growing youth population, while others face aging of the population. And for these countries, the lifelong learning perspective is, of course, very relevant. And we will emphasize more the transition from informal to formal economies. This was highlighted by the evaluation shared by Simon. We have already worked on this, but we will strengthen this. So given this initial element, we will work again on new direction with several, I will say, principles. The first is to keep an inclusive approach by the lifelong learning perspective, of course, to try to develop pathways, linkage between formal, non-formal, informal TVET system, but also economies. We strongly believe that TVET can address many also of the current societal issue by promoting culture and science, and we are lucky as UNESCO to have these sectors inside the house, so we will develop and strengthen this linkage. It is also therefore essential that those dimensions be more integrated in the new strategy globally to develop more democratic societies in which each individual can strive for a fulfilling job. Of course, we will develop links with develop and strengthen links with the global agenda, meaning 2030, as Simon mentioned, beyond SDG 4 and enhancing linkage with other SDG relevant to TVET. We will keep our two priorities at least, meaning priority Africa, but also gender and inclusion. So it will be again in the next strategy for now. For us also a key element is, of course, and it was recalled in the debrief session before this session, cooperation and networking is key for us, both externally but also internally. Externally meaning further developing international cooperation on TVET between the agency. We have this interagency group on TVET since 2008, and UNESCO is leading this group. We will continue and try also maybe to make it not only at global level, but also to try to translate it at regional and national levels, given the context also. Internally, we will work on more cooperation between global, regional, and national level. We have all our internal infrastructure. UNESCO UNEVOC International Center is key in this perspective. So we will further, for example, expand the UNESCO UNEVOC network. Of course, one of our key priority will keep to enhance the linkage between the TVET system and the private sector. I mentioned already the Global Skills Academy as a very promising experience and initiative from UNESCO in line with the Global Education Coalition. In a nutshell, if I can resume, the new strategy should focus on three important dimensions. The first one is a strong focus on individuals, both for work and their well-being. The second one is about building a global economy that leads to a sustainable path. And the third one is about promotion of skills for inclusiveness and resilience. Also, in a nutshell, I would like to recall that we will plan to maintain the type of action already implemented by UNESCO, meaning on various and very critical thematics. For example, as an example, data advocacy, knowledge creation, normative work, policy advice, of course, capacity building, which is key, and also project implementation in many regions and countries. Why further working on cooperation, as I said, and also on the link between TVET and the private sector, which means that we need their engagement. The new strategy will be finalized until the end of this year, 2021. We will submit the final evaluation to our executive board in autumn this year, while we will develop the new strategy until beginning of next year, 2022, and we will submit to our executive board and member state the new strategy for TVET for the coming year in our executive board in April 2022. So I hope it gives you clear ideas on where we want to go, but also on the time frame for all this process. Again, thanks to all, thanks to Simon. Now it's a key part of this session of 1 hour, because we will go to the panelists. As I said at the beginning, we are lucky to have on board a great speaker from various perspectives, both geographical and angles of engagement of TVET. Maybe not enough balance, but it's fine. Yeah. So very well also balanced. The first one, I will give the floor. Each panelist has 5 minutes to raise and to raise their views, share their experience regarding what we discussed before, meaning the final evaluation, but also perspective for UNESCO and TVET, from, of course, their perspective. I will first give the floor to Mrs. Anna Prokopenia, coming from Russia as a World Skill champion. Anna, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anna, and I'm a pastry chef and a food engineer. My specialist is eco-design of food products. And food is my passion for more than 8 years already, although I didn't always had a support from my family in this choice. In fact, I even heard the words like I had a failed life choice, but luckily I was pursuing my passion and I got where I am now, being a world skills champion, which is great. Technical skills opened for me possibilities to grow and develop my career. My current work as a food engineer is in fact a combination of my art skills as a pastry chef and the scientific approach. And as a person, I'm still learning, and that's why I can see what is working and non-working in education right now. I think young people appreciate the module learning, acquiring certain skills instead of the whole educational programs is important right now. As, for example, the sustainability is something I felt that I need to learn at some point in my career, because I was working in a restaurant and I understood how much is a food waste in a restaurant, of course. And it was something I can learn really fast. And I didn't need to apply for the education and ecology to learn that. And I think that the education right now is much more sustainable as a small building blocks accessible for everyone, instead of being the unite system for people in young age who have to choose, and then it can be something they will pursue for the whole life. The challenging times we all went through, they showed us what is really needed. And they showed that even though we are ready to use the benefits of digital learning and innovation we're all talking about, the value of mentorship and personal contact and face-to-face education is very much underestimated. And in fact, it's much more important than we thought. And people during this time had time to think and grow and update their values, create new ways for development. Young people now are driven by their inner motivation, and they're not able to adapt for the system, but they wait for the system to adapt to their values. And structures, I think, didn't evolve as much as people right now. And it's up to the structures if they are ready to answer this call and be able to adapt for the values of new world, or they will just fail. It's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and definitely we have a very good balance for in terms of gender. Thank you for sharing from your perspective, your view, and also to highlight. I like what you highlighted in terms of value of mentorship and face-to-face training. This importance. We are in a world of lots of digitalization, notably during the last month, and this is good to recall this value. Now I will, without delay, I will go to next speaker, great speaker from Africa. We have the pleasure to have with us Mrs. Unami Pufu, Senior Program Officer at the African Union. As I said, Mrs. Unami, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings from a cold Southern Africa. Nevertheless, warm regards from the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. We have responsibility for implementation of the African Union Commission's programs. And here today, I'm particularly pleased to be joining my fellow panelists on behalf of the African Union Commission, specifically education, science, technology, and innovation. And for us, TVET is a very important subject. And when you place it within accelerating systems change, we are recognizing that we have on one hand, Agenda 2063. I hope to be 93 in 2063, and I'd like a good story to tell for myself. But ultimately, we have over 66, between 66 and 70% of our population is young people. Not all of them can enter into the universities, can enter into the mainstream jobs. So the first point, I think, is acknowledging and seeing TVET differently. We have Agenda 2063, which has placed industrialization at the center of Africa's economic and inclusive growth agenda. And therefore, when we speak about industrialization, we are really looking at how can we enhance our competitiveness? How can we enhance our productivity? Where are those skills going to come from? So I'm speaking from a base where we have had a dilapidation, shall I say, of our TVET architecture. And really, how do we build it from not only just the construction and equipment, the upskilling of our teachers, reframing our curriculum in line with some of the issues that are presenting at the present moment. And this is the work that the African Union is seeking to address. And we are doing this through the Plan of Action for the African Decade for technical, professional, entrepreneurial training and youth employment. This is our strategy to operationalize CESA 16-2024, that is the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, and the TVET Continental Strategy. And here we are working towards how do we bring on board the young people. So very specifically to the point of systems change. Our view is that systems change, on one hand, we need incremental steps. We need incremental steps that are really addressing, on one hand, you were mentioning issues around transition. You are mentioning issues around certification, step-by-step changes happening in different places. But ultimately, systems change to take place needs these dots to connect. And so we are also looking at how do we also work at radical leapfrog efforts that can help us come together. And we are doing this through really enhancing, strengthening partnerships with private sector. And we feel that if we are to link the skills of these young people, if we are to reform the TVET sector, we do need that strong linkage between the skills and the industries that we are seeking to create. This is the work. And I also want to highlight a very critical priority that was raised in Agenda 2063, which is critical for TVET systems change. And that was the putting in place of labor market information systems. We need to better understand what are the skills that will be in demand, where are these skills, what is our current baseline, and how are the education system, in this case, the TVET sector, able to be responsive and agile. And these are words which I have heard being echoed clearly from the conversations which have taken place in the past few days. This is the one way in which we can address the impact issues, and as you say, also pick up on the transition issues as we work towards being more gender inclusive. So one of our focus areas is really ensuring that we are gender responsive in terms of how we are ensuring that young women are being given the skills and in a responsive way that particularly attaches the gender challenges. And we mentioned here the issue of the labor market information system so that we are both able to improve not only employment opportunities, but also self-employment and entrepreneurship opportunities for young people, given the high numbers of young people that we need to take place. So I suppose in my conclusion of this short intro is to say, how do we engage member states on the perspective of what are the incremental changes and what are the radical changes that enable ecosystems to adapt? And we believe that the partnerships are a vehicle, platforms of dialogue are a vehicle to ensure that this systems change is accelerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Unami. It was great, and it recalls me a lot of cooperation we have had in the past, and we have with African Union. It's not an hazard if African Union is here in this panel. UNESCO is highly working and maybe in a daily basis with African Union. It's a strong partnership, and thank you to recall many, I think. Thematic areas of joint interests that will be integrated in the strategy, in addition to some who are already in. I mean, you mentioned certification, the link with the private sector, labor market information system to anticipate on future skills, gender responsive entrepreneurship. So our partnership definitely will continue to engage and support member states. Thank you a lot, Unami. Without delay, I will give the floor to Mr. Manish Sabharwal, who is representing the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Manish, you have the floor. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. I think COVID is a difficult time for sort of education systems. It's, the terrible binaries, us versus them, but most importantly, the most difficult binary on COVID has been the choice between lives and livelihoods. But I guess COVID has also accelerated change, as all of you have been mentioning, in the new world of work, the new world of organizations, and the new world of education. And obviously, as an employer, and that's really the perspective that I'd like to sort of bring, TVET is a really important part of it. Employers can't manufacture their own employees. Sometimes people think we can or expect us to, and I'd like to sort of flag that's an unrealistic expectation, but obviously we recognize we're an important partner, beneficiary, and a sort of accomplice in the ecosystem of TVET. I also sort of, as employers, I think I hear it a lot, the labor market information systems about where skills will be in 5 years or 10 years. I don't think we can predict the future. There's a reason you can't buy an airline ticket from Delhi to London for 2031 because there's too much going on. And so I would be careful so how do you make the system self-healing is probably a more important perspective than trying to predict where jobs would be. And I would submit 4 things make the TVET system self-healing. The first one is learning while learning, because employed learners in countries like ours, poor countries, and employed learners should be more than full-time learners, and apprenticeships should obviously be encouraged. So I think systems which are self-healing have learning while learning. Systems which are self-healing have learning by doing, because then they become demand-driven. Systems which are self-healing have flexibility in delivery, which is the 4 classrooms, right? You have an online classroom, you have an on-site classroom, you have an on-the-job classroom, and you have an on-campus classroom. And the 4th one would be learning with modularity. That is, that you can take a 3-month certificate as an opening balance for a 1-year diploma, as an opening balance for a 3 or 4-year degree. So full modularity. So learning while doing, learning with flexibility in delivery, and learning with full modularity between the connections. So, but what are the 3, at least, binding constraints for making this? I would say that would be financing, convergence, and productivity. So I think there is sometimes, at least as an employer and, as a policymaker, I see that there is a challenge in, there is a financing failure or a market failure, right? Employers are not willing to pay for training or candidates, but they're willing to pay a premium for trained candidates. Candidates are not willing to pay for training, they're willing to pay for a job. Banks for microfinance aren't willing to give loans to candidates unless a job is guaranteed, and training companies are unable to fill up classrooms. So the question is who pays? And obviously everybody has to pay, but employers have to move from treating TVET like CSR or corporate social responsibility to actually recognizing that good, well-designed apprenticeship programs give them a higher return on investment than their capital expenditure hurdles. I mean, we're able to prove now that most CFOs in India use a certain hurdle rate to evaluate capital expenditure, and a well-designed apprenticeship program can give them a return higher than that. Obviously, governments have to make up their mind, are you best off funding institutions or are you best funding learners? But I think the financing questions of who pays are as important as the time we spend on delivery or assessment or curriculum and stuff like that, because very often the binding constraint is who pays. And everybody wants everybody else to pay, right? Kids want parents to pay, parents want governments to pay, governments want employers to pay, and you have to sort this question out. The convergence question between education, employment, and employability is really held back by mindsets, but it's also held back by lots of regulatory cholesterol. For example, degree apprenticeships are not allowed in many countries because the education systems partition the degrees, the apprenticeships are run differently. So I think partitions between the education and employability systems need to come down. I think the question of productivity, why I flag it, is because unemployment is not as an important metric in India, for example, as wages or productivity, right? Our unemployment is 4 to 9%, but our poverty is 25%. So I think designing for sort of the productivity of outcomes which leads to living wages. Now that is productivity of firms, that's productivity of regions, and you can often say, well, that's outside the TVET system. But I do think the TVET system needs to think about which outcomes of the TVET system lead to not minimum wages, but living wages. I know living wages are sort of a philosophical concept, but if you combine matching, repair, and prepare, matching is connecting demand to supply, repair, mismatch is sort of repairing supply for demand, and pipeline is preparing supply for demand. It's hard to unpack these three as traditionally we have. So from a pure employer perspective or from a large developing country perspective like India, land, labor, capital are not the binding constraints, right? The three factors of production. The fourth factor, which most economists don't understand, and they call it total factor productivity or the solo residual, or you can call it entrepreneurship or innovation, is really where TVET sort of bridges the gap, right? For a country like India, where I'm coming from, we're fifth in GDP. We'll probably become third in total GDP in the world. But we're 140th in per capita GDP, right? And what matters is per capita GDP, at least COVID has reminded us. And so TVET systems are a very important component of our own strategy in India to sort of raise per capita GDP. And so I just like to make the case that if you're thinking, 10, 20, 30 years ahead, don't try to predict the future, try and make the system self-healing. That's at least how we're thinking about it. And the system with self-healing is really architectural, it's multi-stakeholder, it's multi-generation, and that's what makes it difficult, but that's what makes it even more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manish. Your views were critical given the employer side, and this was very useful. Thanks for what you have shared. Without further delay, I will give the floor to our last but not the least speaker, Mr. Duong Gian Yu from Vietnam, representing the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor. Mr. Duong, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Marchand, and for inviting me for being in such a important activity event, I guess. And so, coming from Vietnam, as you know, we are developing countries, and we have a lot of different issues rather than the European country background. So I would like to start my sharing. Okay. So I'm working for the Vietnam General Corporation of Labor, which is the national center of the trade unions in Vietnam. And so, okay. And as you see, even Vietnam is just a low middle income countries, but we already experience all the technology development. We see the change in the world of work. We see new type of employment, the platform economy. Even we see ourselves still at the very beginning of the Industry 4.0. But we already experienced the pressure of it. And so the workforce in Vietnam is, this is the data in 2019, so about 55.8 million. We calculate the workforce of, who are above 15 years old. So out of the total 96.6 million in population. So we have a huge workforce, but you can see only 22%, about 22% having a training certificate. So it means that they may go, they may do have like on-jobs training, but and also other type of training, but not really going through a training situation into institutions that you have the certificate. And also, as you can see here, the agricultural, forestry still account for a high percentage of the employment, where the main employment come from, and also from industry. But when you're talking about industry and construction, we still have a lot of what we call like the low-tech industries. So here in 2019, with the support of the ILO, we also have a report, and we see that we have a very high risk of replacement in agriculture, in low-tech industries, in retails, in textile and garment, electronics, and all these sectors actually now provide millions of jobs for workers in Vietnam. So you can see that we are in a very challenging situation with the high risk of being replaced employment. And so for us, as from we know the very importance of TVET. During our research, we see that TVET would play a very crucial role, for us to adapt with the challenges to meet with the challenges of the future. So we need to surely change, policy. Need to have a change in policy to encourage both workers and employers engaging in TVET system. I think the previous speaker have talk about the employer's perspective, and I'm very pleased to know that, and I hope that all our employers also have have a good awareness of the importance of TVET and would start investing on that. We also, I think what Anna have shared earlier, also very suitable with us, because we want to develop an enterprise apprenticeship system, because that's also where our young people can start learning and learning their skills, and also other so that they have a better skills for their employment later on. And but also from the unions, we think that we also need to include issues of training and retraining, for job transition in our negotiation for collective bargaining agreement, included in our social dialogue. We should also pay attention to senior workers, because they are those who are, a bit outside. They considering the technological knowledge, they are a bit slower than the others. So I think we should also focus on them. We should also sharing the experience of best practice for the firms that kind of implement a good strategies on the TVET and to share with the others. And also for the unions, we also have our own TVET system. So that is also the responsibility to renew it. And I think and also for in the matter of the greener economy, I think the unions also need jobs here to make sure that the new jobs, the new employment should be also workers-friendly workplace. And I think UNESCO have also surely a big jobs to do here. And I think that what you have been doing during the years, but I think the capacity building for government should be one key issue that we expect from UNESCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yong-Yang. It was very interesting to have the perspective, of course, from a trade union and notably from Vietnam with the experience. And thank you for your recommendation for UNESCO. Is some elements, key elements like this also that we want to capture. Now we are at the end of the panel. We are a little late, but we still have some time for the discussion within the panelists, but also with the audience. We received some questions from the audience. It was, I think, very interesting. It is informative for us. Somewhere for me, it confirms a lot of key elements for the direction on our future strategy on Tibet. Why sometimes maybe we can clarify what you would like to have for your region or countries from UNESCO. For the discussion, I would like to first to ask Simon to react to the global intervention of our great speakers, to see how it change or inform more about the key findings of the evaluation of our strategy. And then I will ask other questions to speakers. Simon, please.
Thanks, Hervé. I think it was really interesting, and I took note of a lot of interesting elements that were recorded. What I find most interesting is actually this kind of having this flexibility and seeing TVET as kind of a very integrated part in education systems and society. So really, it's not a silo at all, and this needs to be even more strengthened. And also there, and again, I mean, but that's kind of always the challenge. But I found a remark interesting about kind of labor market information. Yes, it's important, but you can't predict the future. And maybe if you organize TVET as close to the labor markets, as close to society, involvement of all the key stakeholders, you have maybe a better kind of grasp of what is directly, what is needed, also on the medium term, than kind of have investing all your money in labor market systems. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but it's also an organizational matter here. If you organize it well, you can also respond to needs and more quickly than relying on labor market information. So I think that's important. Also the plea for modularization, it falls within the whole kind of concept of taking a lifelong learning approach to TVET. It should be about flexibility. It should be about modularization. It should also be about mobility. So yeah, I think, and joint organization and not kind of sticking to kind of organizational boundaries in that regard. So, I mean, that were just a few reflections. I think, thanks for the interventions, and yeah, maybe some other reflections from the audience or the panelists are welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. It's a good direction. We'll take care for the next step, both for the evaluation and the new strategy. I would like to come back to the speakers, and I think at the end of the business, our global and key concern are youth, and we work of building system by innovation, through innovation, using technology. of course, supporting member states and governments, building linkage between education and training system with private sector, supporting the other forms of skills development. But at the end of the day, as I said, it's for youth at the end. So I would like to hear more, Anna, please, about what would be 1 to 3 key points you would like ideally see from UNESCO as support to system in the country, but for youth. What are your key ideas or views, meaning for UNESCO?
Okay, I was very surprised right now during the discussion to see that many of the ideas which I had and which were quite new and quite innovating for the system actually were mentioned by the speakers, which means that we are thinking in the same direction, and it's great because one of my key points is the fact that as now people have strengthened the system of values, they are going to move regardless of what system wants. And the system needs to support people and don't stand on the way of their self-realization. But in the center of a new world, myself, I see the person, not the society as well. And that's like something I think that many young people are feeling right now. And the second thing is the life learning, and the fact that it's almost like it's not an option anymore to have an education in the beginning of life and then just go along with it. We all need to learn something new all the time, and if education can be more flexible regarding this, if it can be more sustainable regarding the skills people need to acquire instead of the whole programs, instead of the professions, so people can use these small modules as a building blocks for responding their own values, it can be great. And the third thing I think is the fact that sometimes education is focusing on young people, but I think we need to shift focus to all people. And I know many people who want to change the profession, and sometimes it seems almost impossible after the spending, 6-8 years in some program, just to understand that it's not your passion and change something. And I think TVET is a great platform for this, to make sure that people are doing what they want and what they love, and they bring in some real value in the world. They creating something with their hands, and they are satisfied by things that they creating. And the fact that it should not be addressed only to young people, it should be addressed to everyone. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thanks, Anna, and it was great to have from you this emphasis. Sorry, because the time is running fast. We have a recall from the organization, and it's normal to close. So I think it's like an end of the session. Of course, it's difficult we cannot resume all, and as it was said before, there is no easy solution to complex challenges. So I hope that this session gave some trends, and I will also inform you on how UNESCO is for now evaluating its strategy, while new direction for the new strategy. So given the time, I would like to give the floor back to the organizer. Thanks to all speakers, thanks to the audience also for some interaction in parallel modalities, and keep motivated and engaged for TVET system and for youth at the end. Simona, you have the floor back, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Hervé. Thanks to actually UNESCO colleagues. It was very interesting to get this multiple perspective on technical vocational education and training. Thank you to the distinguished panelists. And so, Hervé, au revoir. Merci. And actually, as you can see here, I'm not alone, because actually we will have the following session just after the coffee break. It will be on the role of the international community. I'm here with Erja Kaikkonen. So come back, stay tuned. We give you 5 minutes. I know we promised 10, but now we are down to 5. So be back 11:05 with Erja. Stay tuned and enjoy your coffee. Thank you. Welcome back to all of you to the ETF studio, which is our salotto, our living room in Torino. Welcome to the distinguished panelists and welcome to Erja Kaikkonen, Head of Policy and Public Outreach Department. Before passing the floor to Erja, I just want to welcome once more all of you following us on the social media, on LinkedIn, YouTube and Facebook. Erja, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simona. I'm happy to see all of us here today representing the international community and our partner countries. The challenges ahead of us are global, and none of us can solve, for example, the green transition, digitalization, or migration on our own. The challenges are transforming the way we learn, and this requires international cooperation and action. In this session, we will explore what this means. We all look at education systems and lifelong learning from different angles, through different lenses and different priorities. UNESCO may have an education perspective. The ILO may look at things from a work perspective. We in the European Union, we may want to know which trends have an impact on education. And in our partner countries, modernizing the systems is one of the priorities. The question is how to synchronize these priorities. How do we cooperate and achieve progress faster? Sometimes our work overlaps, and it is important that we share the learning between all of us. Just to give you one example, think of the learning, think of the innovation that comes out of tech startups in countries where financial services are not so accessible. They are some of the first adopters of blockchain. There's a lot to learn for all of us there. The current dynamic and mechanisms for cooperation have brought us this far. A lot of progress has been made, but what has brought us here may not necessarily bring us where we need to be. To be precise, a world where lifelong learning is a fact, where people have the skills required to address global challenges. So who defines what these priorities are? Who defines efficient system change? And how can we mutually support each other to get there? We do have a number of tools at our disposal. They range from grants to guarantees and technical assistance to budget support, to policy dialogue, and to peer learning, just to name a few. But what is the modality that works best to achieve sustainable and lasting system change? These are some of the questions that I would like us to focus on today. And if there's one thing I would like us to take with us, it is a call to join our priorities and to have a common goal, a call to share knowledge, but not only, to go beyond sharing knowledge and build on the wins we experience in order to accelerate system change. I would now like to introduce our esteemed panel members of today. It's very nice to see you all here. We have Ms. Miriam Ferran, Director at the European Commission, Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations. Welcome, Miriam. We have Soo-Hyang, sorry, go ahead. We have Soo-Hyang Choi, Director of the UNESCO UNEVOC, International Center for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. We have Mr. Paul Comyn, Senior Skills and Employability Specialist at the International Labour Organization. Welcome, Paul. We have Artur Seletsky, Deputy Minister of Education and Science on Digital Development, Digital Transformation and Digitalization of Ukraine. Welcome, Deputy Minister. And we have Deputy Minister Dugacin Pupovsky, Deputy Minister of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation of Kosovo. Welcome. To start the discussion, I have one common question to all of you. What are the key policy priorities in the field of education, training, and lifelong learning, and in the broader perspective of the green and digital transition? If I may, I would like us to start with Miriam Ferran from the European Commission. Miriam, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning all. And let me first apologize because I think I don't have the best connection ever. So let me know if you have a problem hearing me. There is not much I can do to fix it. I would like first to start by thanking ETF and UNESCO for organizing this conference, which is extremely topical. We do have a long-standing cooperation with both institutions, and I think this conference is one proof of how well we work together. Today's topic is really crucial, not least at the time when we are gradually, at least in certain countries, coming out of the COVID crisis and looking towards recovery. And the crisis has had a big toll on the education systems, as everybody has realized. And it's at the eve also of the global challenges you were mentioning in introduction of digitalization and green transition. We do have a clear urgency in looking on how best we can support the educational systems of our partners. And for us, strong education and training systems are absolutely essential for the future prosperity of all our partner regions. And I'm talking about the neighborhood, the Western Balkans and Turkey, but this applies much widely across the world. Unfortunately, in many of those countries, the modernization of the education system is rather low. And it's not that we are now discovering that there is an urgency, but we have years of common experience and coordination with the governments of those countries to help support education reforms. But it's something which we all know takes a lot of time. And this is the reason why, as the European Commission, we want to accelerate reforms and come to grips with issues like underinvestment in the education and persistent still mismatches. And these are assessments we have been making over time. And we would like now at this specific moment to use all the possibilities of building back better following the crisis to really focus on how we can best support the reforms of those systems. Our specific priorities vary a bit from region to region, of course, because not all near partners face the same challenges. We can go from very basic support in building schools or paying for modern education material to, and this is the future and what we want to do, much broader support to overall structural reforms of the sectors. And this is really the direction we want to take, move out from punctual interventions here or there to fully support the governments in implementing wide reforms of the overall system to much better ensure that we stop with skill mismatches and have an education system which is fully up to the upcoming challenges. So more often what we do is really try to support the government, the ministries of education first and foremost. And our approach is really, I would say, standard. First, reviewing the existing policies, and there, in particular with ETF, we have started the notion of having education diagnosis in our partner countries, starting in the Western Balkans, just to try to have an overall assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of the overall system. Then we assist in devising reform measures, policy reforms. And then, of course, we support the government in implementing those reforms and evaluating the results. So it's a standard cycle of review, implement, evaluate. And one very important feature, in particular in the regions we are covering, is that of inclusion. Anytime we look at the education system, we look at it from the prism of making it as possible to make sure that it will provide quality education to all. And we really have to remove all the barriers that we see that keep people, and in particular, vulnerable peoples, be it national minorities, Roma, specific categories of the population, from benefiting from high quality education. And the future now, I started by mentioning the impact of the COVID crisis, but this impact comes at a moment where we were realizing that the foremost challenges the world will have to face are those embedded in the new priorities of the European Commission, making the world greener and ensuring our own inclusion into the digitalization transformation. And this is where we consider that reforms are more urgent and important than ever. We see climate change as an existential threat to humanity, I would say. And this is why this European Commission has taken the vow of becoming the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And this is what we aim at doing through our Green Deal. This Green Deal has many components, looking, of course, at green gas emissions, looking at biodiversity, but it also act on all the policies that we're going to implement. And education is one very important of those, because all the transformations that becoming a greener society will entail, we require new skills. And this is where everything will start, by ensuring that the next generations possess the skills that will enable them to develop and implement the greener policies. So for us, there is a very essential element of new competencies that will be required to adapt to the modern world. And this goes from reskilling workers from transition industries, knowing that the pattern of production is about to change if we really genuinely want to become greener. This will mean that we will need to develop new curricula. And I know there are many studies assessing the number of jobs that will exist that just do not exist today, but for which we have to be able to enable the new generation. The same applies to digital technologies, which are completely transforming the way we work, but also the way we live. And this, and in particular, the way we learn. And we have seen this in a very obvious manner during the lockdowns, where whole societies had to move from one day to another to fully digital ways of learning. And what we can see is that digital literacy is not something which is equally widespread. And one of the first assessment post-lockdown is that this situation has, in many countries, including in the European Union, tended to increase the digital divide and increase inequalities rather than smoothen the cohesion of society. So investing in digital literacy, developing digital skills in everywhere, and in particular, as far as NEAR is concerned, in our partner countries, comes tops of the priorities for any reform of the education system. Practically all jobs in the future will require digital skills one way or another, and we have to enable the new generation to be ripe to grasp the challenge that stems from digitalization. So this will start at current moment. Before enabling the children, the new generation, we need to work on the training of teachers, on the formation of our own teachers, so that these new skills can be spread equally into the new generations. So we are at a moment, there is a moment of hope too, when you see that following the crisis, we are now developing very important funds for recovery. Well, you must have seen President von der Leyen traveling those days across Europe to deliver the Commission's assessment on recovery plans. We are developing equal recovery plans with different instruments for our neighbors. In the Western Balkans, we have put forward last year an economic and investment plan worth 9 billion euros. We have done the same for the southern neighborhoods, and we are currently working on an economic and investment plan for the Eastern partners. So with those funds, which belong to the new programming period, the new multi-annual financial framework, as we name it, we aim at supporting the countries who are not going to pay for everything. There is no miracle there, but with very substantial funds, with the countries to implement reforms. And what is really fundamental is that the way those recovery funds And in our regions, those economic and investment plans are used in a way that they help reform the education systems in line with the new priorities, and top of them, digital and greening. So I think I will stop there because I spoke already lengthily, and we will then discuss what tools we have. But in terms of financial means, we do have the financial means, and I trust that we do have the political will in all the governments of our partners.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you very much. I hear a holistic approach to education systems that are then able to address the current challenges. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sue from UNESCO UNEVOC. May I ask you to kindly stick to the 4 minutes allocated? Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Sue. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ria. Let me just say that the main purpose of all our education program is to support SDG 4 on education. As you know, that the purpose of the education, SDG 4 on education is to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality lifelong learning for all. Like any other development agencies, we've been advocating the concept of lifelong learning, but that it has to be inclusive and equitable for all, including those left behind, those who are likely to be left behind, has been the policy priority of education programs. These priorities of inclusion and equity, in fact, are not new. They have existed from the beginning of UNESCO's history, that they actually reflect our basic position that education is a right, and therefore it has to be accessible and affordable to all. What is new, however, is the means by which that we promote and support lifelong learning for all. Lately, UNESCO pays a great deal of attention to the usefulness of social media, for example, in promoting informal learning, which is critical for all lifelong learning outside of the school system, especially for adults and the out-of-school youth. And also we are aware of the power of technological innovations in creating and disseminating lifelong learning opportunities. Therefore, we have done a lot of work lately on digital literacy. Let me just say a few words about the green transition. We have been concerned with the specific green skills, scientific knowledge on resource management, scientific knowledge on waste management, pollutions, climate change, or technical know-hows of how to handle the problems related to these issues. That's green skills. But we have emphasized the absolute importance of green competencies. What are green competencies? It's the students' ability to recognize the complexity of the realities. Give an example of the reduction of the CO2 emission. There is a political dimension, there is a geopolitical dimension, there is an economical dimension, social dimension, cultural dimension, even historical dimension. So it's not that simple. They have to recognize the complexity and the complicated interaction among these dimensions. They also have to understand and anticipate the consequences of our actions, more importantly, our non-actions. The most importantly, the learners, they should be able to act upon not only facts, but also values, convictions, and beliefs. And they should be daring enough to challenge the status quo and change the status quo. Evidently, they also have to be smart to tap innovative options to deliver their actions effectively. At the end of the day, what triggers the transformation of a society, whether it is a transformation for digital transition or green transition, what matters is the individuals, the human beings. It's not the government's policy document on green transition or the project document of the agency working on green transition that makes the transformation. Behind all this and beyond all this, there are individuals. Without individuals committed and courageous enough to cause disruptions to our status quo for the betterment of our humanity, no transformation at the societal level can be expected. So our policy priority for green transition is not to forget about this fundamental and ultimate agent of a transformation. The humanistic perspective on education is the core of UNESCO's work on transformative education. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. I hear inclusiveness and equitable systems, as well as lots of focus on green competencies and humanity. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Paul Comyn from ILO. Paul, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks. And thanks to ETF and UNESCO for the invitation to the event today. I guess I'd like to focus a little bit more on policy priorities rather than the means of achieving them. I think from our perspective, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to address some of the governance and coordination system challenges that exist in systems in the countries that we work in. I think, unfortunately, we confront many national skill systems that are highly fragmented and maintain sort of archaic distinctions between initial vet and continuing vet. And I think we really need to make a priority efforts to try and build a more national approach to skills development that brings in the multitude of actors in the system and looks at how the system as a whole can respond to the pressing skills challenges. Because from our perspective, even though the ILO is the technical agency of the UN responsible for employment, we understand the broader purposes of education and training. And whilst employability is a key focus of our work, we appreciate that education and training has a social utility beyond simply preparing people for the labour market. But having said that, we recognise also currently, because of the huge challenges around the labour market in terms of the reskilling and upskilling needs of people of a working age, that a lot of attention needs to be paid to how the system as a whole can respond to those demands. And clearly understanding the demands at a sectoral level is something that we give a lot of priority to, because if you think about the impact of the skills, the impact on the system and the capacity of the system to respond to labour market demands, we talk about occupations, we talk about sectors, and we talk about the impact of the transition to a low carbon economy on occupations and on sectors. And we also talk about the impact of digitalisation on occupations and on sectors. So we think a priority needs to be given to sectoral approaches alongside a more holistic approach to thinking about national skills systems as a whole, and bringing together the ministries of education, the ministries of labour, the ministries of finance, actors in regional and local development, actors in industry policy, academia, etc., to develop sector-specific coalitions that will address the issues confronting those sectors as they change. More broadly, though, I think if you look at the education and training system as a sector in its own right, then clearly there are substantial challenges that it's facing. And the one I'd like to pay initial attention to are the skills of teachers and trainers. Clearly, the trends that are taking place in industry have implications for the skills that learners need to develop. And in that context, the whole issue of generic skills or core skills, I think, is increasingly becoming important. And at the heart of a system's capacity to be able to develop core and generic skills are the skills of the teachers and trainers themselves. It's one thing to embed learning outcomes related to core skills in a curriculum document. It's a very different thing to have them effectively developed in a learning context and assessed and reported in a meaningful way. So I think a priority continues to be the preparation, initial preparation of teachers and trainers, and the ongoing continuing professional development of the education and training workforce, as well as dealing with some of the sensitive industrial relations issues surrounding the employment of teachers and trainers in the system as well. The last point I'd like to make in terms of priorities would be in terms of, again, the education and training system as a sector in its own right. And that's the digitalisation of TVET and skills systems. Not just talking about a shift to online and distance learning, but how is the education and training system actually digitalising itself? How is it dealing with the response to digital credentials, micro-credentials, the use of e-portfolios, the introduction of learning and content management systems, the role that digitalisation will play in improved management and administrative functions, including quality assurance, as well as big data and labour market information. So digitalisation of TVET and skills systems is a priority for us because we also see that that's a key mechanism to address some of the marginalisation issues that we've seen arise over the last 12 to 18 months with the COVID experience and how the digital divide has grown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. I like very much the approach and focus on coordination and building a national approach and understanding the skills demands, as well as, of course, the focus on digitalization, which we all agree with. Now I would like to give the floor to our partner countries, and we'll start with Deputy Minister Seletsky from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Доброго дня. Ключові пріоритети професійної освіти відображено в указах Президента України про пріоритетні заходи щодо розвитку професійної освіти та про створення Ради з питань розвитку професійної освіти. На стратегічному рівні урядом України схвалено концепцію реалізації державної політики у сфері професійної освіти, сучасна професійна освіта на період до 2027 року. Крім того, підготовлено 2 проекти законів України про професійну освіту та здійснюється їх опрацювання в Верховній Раді. Розроблено проект концепції державної цільової соціальної програми розвитку професійної освіти на 2022 по 2027 роки, яка узгоджується із стейкхолдерами. Змінюється розроблення освіти стандартно-професійної освіти за компетентнісним підходом. Визначено перелік 44 професій, для яких будуть розроблятися стандарти за новою методикою. Триває робота щодо створення сучасних навчально-практичних центрів галузевого спрямування на базі закладів професійної освіти. Так, у 2020 році за кошти державного бюджету, а саме 100 мільйонів гривень, створено 49 таких центрів. У 2021 році на назначені цілі передбачено вже 150 мільйонів гривень. За метою підвищення престижності логістичної професії в квітні-травні 2021 року вперше в онлайн-форматі проведено всекорівкість конкурсів фахової майстерності серед здобувачів професійної освіти. 30 переможців конкурсів впродовж наступного навчального року будуть отримувати стипендію Президента України. У сфері цифрової трансформації Міністерство освіти і науки України підготувало та надало для громадського обговорення проект концепції цифрової трансформації освіти і науки в період до 2026 року. Ключовим для нас є розвиток ефективності використання цифрових технологій. У квітні і травні 2021 року в Україні затверджено пілотне впровадження селфі в 96 закладах освіти з більш як 20 тисячами учасників. В червні для учасників пілоту впровадження селфі відбудеться онлайн-хакатон щодо проміжних результатів, а повний аналітичний звіт пілотного впровадження селфі буде представлено у серпні 2021 року. Згідно з попереднім результатом пілотного селфі, найчастіші проблеми, які заважають навчання за допомогою цифрових технологій, це брак фінансування, ненадійний або повільний інтернет-зв'язок, нестача цифрового обладнання, брак часу для вчителів і обмеженість або взагалі відсутність технічної підтримки. Заклади освіти можуть проводити аналіз стану цифровізації та динаміки змін із використанням інструменту селфі щорічно, щоб відстежити свій прогрес у досягненні цілей. Дякую.
I think we have a translation coming up now. Katarina, thank you.
So the key priorities of vocational education and training are reflected in the decrees of the President of Ukraine on priority measures regarding development of vocational education and an establishment of the National Council for Development of Vocational Education. On a strategic level, the government approved the concept for the implementation of the national policy in the field of vocational education, modern vocational education, for the period up to 2027. Next to that, 2 draft laws on vocational education have been prepared and are currently worked through in the Parliament. The draft state program on the development of vocational education 2020 to 2027 is being developed.
Apologies, Katerina, can I just ask to speak a bit more slower? Otherwise, interpreters in the other 3 languages of the conference won't be able to translate. But thank you for the effort of being quick. Thank you, Katerina.
Sure.
Go ahead. Sorry for interruption.
It's all right. So the draft state program on the development of vocational education 2022-2027 is being developed and discussed with stakeholders. We continue to work on the development of competence-based educational standards for vocational education. A list of 44 occupations for which standards will be developed using the new approach was also finalized. We continue the establishment of modern sectoral training and practical centers in vet schools. In 2020, Ukraine created 49 such centers with total funding of 100 million hryvnias. In 2021, the budget for these has increased to 150 million hryvnias. In order to improve the image of skilled occupations, in April-May 2021, national skills contests for vet students were carried out in online format. 30 winners of this competition will receive the presidential scholarship during the next academic year. As regards the area of digital transformation, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine has prepared and publicly disclosed the draft concept on digital transformation of education and science till 2026. Next to that, we put specific emphasis on development of the efficiency of digital technologies. In April-May 2021, the pilot implementation of Selfie was conducted in Ukraine at 96 educational institutions, and more than 20,000 participants took place in the study. Interim results were shared at Online Hackathon in June, and the full analytical report of the Selfie pilot implementation in Ukraine will be presented in August 2021. According to the preliminary results of the Selfie pilot, the most common problems that might hinder learning through digital technologies would be the lack of funding, unreliable or slow internet connection, lack of digital equipment, lack of time for teachers, and limited or no technical support. So educational institutions can analyze the state of digitalization and the dynamics of change using this Selfie tool annually to track the progress towards their goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Deputy Minister Popovski from Kosovo. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be here at this conference. Let me just make a short address about key priorities for international cooperation in education, training, and lifelong learning. I think that international cooperation can contribute to a more equal, prosperous, healthy, and peaceful future, especially given the social and economic inequalities exacerbated by the pandemics. I will list 3 possible priorities for international cooperation in education, training, and lifelong learning, hoping that during discussion we could have more opportunities to talk about this topic. So the first priority would be to foster fairer and more equitable digital opportunities. And this especially applies in the post-pandemic era. When I say more equitable digital opportunities, I mean prioritizing inclusion of underprivileged and marginalized groups that have had serious limitations in access to digital resources and learning. The second priority for international cooperation would be to strengthen the vital role that vulnerable groups, meaning those with low socioeconomic status, girls and women, marginalized cultural groups, etc., have in the policy agenda, and by focusing on improving their skill deficiencies as one of the key setbacks that can reinforce existing inequalities even more in the future. And the third one would be, of course, to strengthen the national capacity to autonomously deal with the social and economic transformations of the communities and societies, because this is what remains after all these international interventions. So that would be all for my first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I here again focus on equitable and inclusive digital opportunities and skills, so very good. I now give the floor to Simona for a little break of Mentimeter.
Okay, thanks a lot, Arya, and thanks to all the distinguished panelists, and actually hello to Miriam and to Duca Jin, who I know personally. So actually, let's go to Mentimeter, which is a quick interaction. You go for the Zoomers, you have the link in the chat, and for the live viewers, actually you have actually all the instructions. You click on the icon, and I want a reply from you on the following: what is the key priority in lifelong learning in one word? So impossible actually to recap the several priorities that we have in the lifelong learning system, but this is a challenge for you. You think about it, you take one word. If you are in LiveBit, you click on the icon Mentimeter and you will reply. And if you're a Zoomer, even the panelists, actually, our distinguished panelists, I invite all of you to click on the link and to tell us what are the super key priorities. I still give you, I think, a few seconds, because, you know, also for the streamers, we have a kind of delay. This is technology, the beauty and the beast of the digitalization. And I think that, again, when it comes to Mentimeters, I don't talk by myself, but I talk under the control of our Regia. 3, 2, 1, okay. This is actually what we got from you. Quite many of you participated. I see that autonomy, learning, inclusiveness are the winner. Area, 20 seconds. Any comment on it?
No, I think it's very interesting that the public reflects on what the speakers have mentioned as well, focus on inclusiveness, on learning, on flexibility and innovation. So very, very interesting and good results. Thank you, Simona.
And you.
Thank you. So now we go to the second part of the panel, and I have separate questions for all of you. I would like our speakers to be extremely brief, please, and we'll start with Miriam. Miriam, in your opinion, which tools and modalities of cooperation are the most effective?
Thank you. So I will try to do better than for the first answer and be quicker. I think the first, if I have to quote only one, I would go for policy dialogue. Because as I mentioned, what matters for us is to engage with governments in an overall structural reforms of the system. And this starts with policy dialogue with the assistance of third parties, and ETF is helping us very much in this respect. But I would say assessment, diagnosis of the weaknesses, and policy dialogue, advice on reforms. For this, we have one specific tool for the regions, for the Western Balkans and Turkey, which is the economic and reform plans. The economic and reform programs, through which we assess the relevance of structural reforms and through which we provide advice. The second tools we have are financial assistance, of course, and you mentioned many modalities which we aim at implementing as an overall toolbox. So this starts from technical assistance when needs are clearly identified and limited, and we have a very efficient tool there, which is TAIEX, where we can help countries to address one specific piece of legislation, develop a specific curriculum. And then we have broader tools. You mentioned budget support, which works very well in several countries because you mix policy with finance, and we have a set of conditionalities that we call them, but conditionalities in my sense is much more incentive for reforms. And once the incentive is met, money is flowing in. And we have specific programs like the youth guarantee that we are currently developing for the Western Balkans and want to replicate in the other regions, which are specific programs to help young people finishing their study to engage into either find an adequate job or apprenticeship, or which are really promoting follow-up between studies and entering into the labor market. And then we have what we aim at developing, the new tools you mentioned in your introduction, which are working with partners like international financial institutions or member states, international organizations, of course, like UNICEF, UNESCO, or ETF, and where we aim at using blending grants and loans, or using financial guarantees to support large-scale reforms that can encompass institution building in the sense of developing curricula, but also infrastructure needs. So these are the main tools. And then we have our very famous EU programs, and I would mention Erasmus+, which has several components, which is one of the priority, and we see budget increase highly during this new period. So the beauty of Erasmus is and the most known program is made of mobility. But let's be clear, this is only a drop in the ocean, if I can say. It's a very fancy program, extremely useful, but it can only complement structural reforms of the education system. It cannot replace it. So very briefly, the panoply, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are on issues. Thank you.
I am happy to hear the focus on policy advice and policy dialogue. I think we here at the European Training Foundation very much agree with that. Paul, what about you? Which tools and modalities, in your view, are the most effective? You're muted. I think we cannot hear you.
Yes, apologies. Yeah, I'd have to agree with a lot of what Miriam has said in terms of, fundamental approaches based on a system assessment and relying on policy dialogue. But, I think to a large extent, donor harmonisation is still a challenge, particularly in low and middle income countries. And I think, there is still a lot of work that can be done to ensure that the different development actors in any national context actually work more effectively when it comes to resourcing and coordinating actions. And I think whilst in many countries there are local consultative mechanisms that are put in place that bring together the different development actors, often skills development and TVET falls between the cracks or is not necessarily given the priority that we believe it deserves in local consultative mechanisms. We also think there's a lot of unexplored potential for sector-wide approaches to be applied to the skills and vocational training policy domain, where there is a course of action agreed to by the major development actors, where the questions of financing and budgetary support are discussed as a group against a national plan and a national policy. So the dialogue shifts from a discussion about not how individual programs or initiatives are going to be funded, but how the government's overall skills policy and strategy is going to be funded and implemented. I think another point I'd like to make is the potential of South-South and triangular cooperation as being a really important mechanism to bring in different voices, different experiences from other parts of the world, not just relying on the global north as the source of technical expertise. We recently ran a very successful South-South and triangular cooperation forum that brought together 120 countries, and we delivered quite a number of South-South new partnerships, for example, between India and Kenya, between Brazil and Ghana, where you had national stakeholders recognizing the potential of the experience. And I think development partners, international organizations have a role in brokering that sort of cooperation rather than necessarily, supporting the sort of cargo cult mentality which tends to exist, particularly with large donors who bring significant amounts of money to the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. We are running a little bit out of time, so I will speed up a little bit. Sue, I have a question for you. How does UNEVOC contribute to enhanced cooperation in vocational education and training?
Okay, thanks, Aria. I will be quick. I will just mention 3 things that we do. First of all, we compile and provide key comparable data and information on countries' TVET system. If you type in your computer UNEVOC country profile, you'll be guided to our TVET country profile window. There, you will be able to find key statistical data and descriptive information on TVET systems of over 130 countries. Soon, the entries will reach 180 countries. So it is one of the most comprehensive global data banks that we have on countries' TVET system. Comparable data and information, and especially statistical information, are a powerful tool for mutual benchmarking and action taking. Secondly, capacity building. I think we cannot get away with it. At the moment, our attention is paid massively on the capacity building of TVET teachers on digitalization. Digitalization is happening, but teachers, especially those in Global South, are far from being able to harness its benefits. So we have provided many webinars on it, but at the same time, we also provide a more sustained training program. If you again type it in your computer, there are a lot of things that you can type in your computer. You have a COVID response, so you will be able to find the latest information that we have the TVET training, teachers training on digitalization that we have provided. Last but not least, I would like to highlight the usefulness and the effectiveness of peer learning. UNEVOC has a global network of TVET institutions consisting of more than 220 members across the whole world. We provide them with many platforms and opportunities to learn from each other, because we cannot organize programs for each individually all the time. So I think we also provide platforms for their mutual learning. One of our flagship peer learning program is called the TVET Leadership Program, and some of you are already aware of it. This year, for the first time, we run it on online, inviting about 60 middle-level managers of TVET institutions from all over the world. It will be run from September to November. This program is annual, so if you miss the opportunity this year, next year there will be another opportunity. So peer learning, capacity building, and comparable data provision. I think these are the 3 things that I would like to highlight that as an activity that we do to promote international cooperation in Tibet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Very clear peer learning, capacity building. Deputy Minister Seletsky, in your view, how can international partners and countries work better together to achieve common objectives? Could I ask you to be very brief and also break down your answer a little bit so that the translators can follow you better? Thank you very much.
В Україні продовжується реалізація програми Youth Skills «Краще навички для сучасної України». Це велика підтримка Європейського Союзу у здійсненні реформ у сфері професійного освіти. В межах програми вже здійснено такі заходи. Перше, це проведено масштабний аудит мережі, а також сайтів закладів професійної освіти. Друге, зроблено концепцію щодо професійної орієнтації та стандарт професійної орієнтації, які можуть бути інтегровані до програми нової української школи. Третє, це визначено пріоритетні професії для розроблення професійних та освітніх стандартів, програм та закупівлі обладнання для зміцнення матеріально-технічної бази закладів професійної технічної освіти. Четверте, розпочато роботу над розробленням професійних і освітніх стандартів. П'яте, це проведено аналіз цифрових навичок педагогічних працівників та керівників закладів професійної освіти, розроблено програму підвищення кваліфікації, за якою пройшли навчання понад 800 педагогічних працівників. Шосте, підготовлено рекомендації щодо роботи регіональних рад професійної освіти та розроблено стратегічні плани розвитку регіональних систем професійної освіти. Сьоме, розроблено методику здійснення аналізу регіональних ринків праці. Розвиток професійної освіти неможливий без міжнародного співробітництва та її інтеграції з європейським освітнім простором. За останні роки взято участь у низці міжнародних проєктів, зокрема з Канадою, Швейцарією, Німеччиною, в межах проєктів Twinken і Erasmus+. Також в межах партнерства з Європейським фондом освіти успішно реалізуються ініціативи, починаючи з 2011 року. Серед останніх діючих проєктів варто зазначити наступні. Це проєкт підвищення ефективності регіональних мереж ПТО, спільна робота над створенням центрів професійної досконалості в Україні, проєкт реформування обласних мереж професійної освіти в Україні, запровадження автономії та звітності закладів професійної освіти та залучення 25 закладів професійної освіти до міжнародної мережі Центру професійної досконалості. Ключовим фактором подолання викликів пандемії в системі освіти України стало державно-приватне партнерство. Для забезпечення закладів освіти комп'ютерним обладнанням міністерство співпрацює з технологічною компанією Delta та громадською спілкою Освіторія над проектом «Прокачай школу». Ми співпрацювали з Google Україна для впровадження інноваційних технологій в освіті з питань дитячої безпеки в інтернеті. Microsoft Україна для впровадження цифрових інструментів для організації дистанційного та змішаного навчання. Ми переконані, що лише спільними зусиллями та завдяки системному і конструктивному співробітництву виклики пандемії будуть подолані, а досягнення цифрової трансформації стане важливим внеском в майбутнє освіти. Дякую.
So in Ukraine, implementation of the EU for Skills, Better Skills for Modern Ukraine program is underway. That is a large-scale support initiative of the European Union aimed at reforming the vocational education system in Ukraine. There have been already achieved a number of outcomes. For instance, a large-scale audit of the West Skills network and websites of vocational training institutions, concept of career guidance that enables to integrate it into the program of New Ukrainian School, priority occupations for development of occupational and educational standards, as well as producing necessary training equipment and improving schools' infrastructure of wet skills. Development of occupational and educational standards, analysis of digital skills of wet managers and instructors carried out as well as a skills upgrading program delivered to over 800 teachers. Recommendations for operation of regional wet councils, as well as the development of strategic plans for the development of regional wet systems. Methodology for conducting regional labor market analysis. The development of vocational education is impossible without international cooperation and its integration into the European educational area. In recent years, there were a number of international projects on WET, including with such countries as Canada, Switzerland, Germany, within the framework of such programs as Twinning and Erasmus+, but also many others. In partnership with the ETF, there have been a number of initiatives successfully implemented since 2011. Recent and current projects include the project on improving the efficiency of regional WET networks, joint work on the creation of centers of professional excellence in Ukraine, project reforming regional network of vocational education in Ukraine, introduction of autonomy and reporting of vocational education, and joining 25 institutions of professional, vocational, and technical education to the international network of centers of professional excellence. The key factors in combating the predicaments of this pandemic for the education system of Ukraine became the public-private partnership. To provide educational institutions with computer equipment, for instance, we cooperate with the technology company Delta Host and the non-profit public organization Osvitoria on the project Advanced School. We work with Google Ukraine to introduce innovative technologies in education and child safety on the internet, and with Microsoft Ukraine to implement digital tools for the organization of distance and blended learning. We think that only through joint efforts, systematic and constructive cooperation will the challenges of this pandemic be overcome, and the achievements of digital transformation are to stay as an important contribution to the future of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor for the final question, the same one. How can international partners and countries work better to achieve common objectives? Deputy Minister Popovci from Kosovo, please.
Thank you. Due to time constraints, I will focus on two potential directions for achieving common objectives. The first one is diversifying learning provision. I mean diversifying holistically and sharing exchange practices, especially from countries that are typically underrepresented. I mean less developed countries. Typically, policies and interventions are informed by knowledge production that comes from the so-called weird countries, Western, educated, industrialized, rich and democratic, while less emphasis is given to producing contextually grounded knowledge that is sensitive to local or national issues. Collaboration with the so-called non-weird countries, I think, can help balance that at the international level. Then the second direction would be to empower learners and communities to face the challenges ahead, especially given the social and economic inequalities exacerbated by the pandemic in 2020 and 2021. So this is that sustainability direction which really helps all these interventions undertaken by international community to sustain in the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now pass the floor again to Simona for a Mentimeter quickly. Simona.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Whenever it comes to interaction, it comes back to me, so actually, which is good. We have a question for you, which is my suggestion to enhance cooperation is in 3 words. I would ask you to be super quick. We have perhaps 30 seconds, just 3 words. Being in Zoom, being Livebit, or being in our social media, please do reply, do react, because all of this is conveyed here. And in a few seconds, we will see the preliminary results. We just wait, we just give perhaps, I don't know, Regia, 5 more seconds. Voila. Okay, and actually it was good to listen about the different opportunities and challenges when it comes to cooperation, and this is the result. Okay, and so I think I still benefit from having Aria next to me, and Aria, up to you, 20 seconds to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the results of the Mentimeter again reflect the discussions we've had. I can see establishing partnerships as being there as a very important goal, setting up common goals as well as establishing effective modalities of cooperation and effective tools. We heard about comprehensive tools, use of tools. Division of work and to speak the same language is also mentioned, as well as exchange of information. I think we are all in line. It looks good, Simona.
Yes, absolutely. We couldn't see any more the results, but okay, it's fine like that. Thank you so much, Aria. Back to you for concluding remarks, and from my side, big thanks to the distinguished panelists. Aria.
Thank you very much, Simona, and thank you very much for the esteemed guests we had. We had a very fruitful and good discussion. And we began this session by asking ourselves what priorities what are the policy priorities for education, training, and lifelong learning. And what we hear very strongly is inclusive and equitable education systems that then address the skills need for digital and green skills. We also heard a lot about forming common objectives, so all of us to work together towards common objectives, whilst at the same time having tailored solutions and really addressing the particular needs of the countries that we are addressing. We also heard a focus on policy advice and policy dialogue, as well as building partnerships in an innovative manner also with international financial institutions, as well as other partners, and using our tools and the modalities that we have in a holistic manner. So using budget support, but also technical assistance and again, policy advice and policy dialogue. So very good. I think we have a very good basis to continue our work, to work together in cooperation with each other. And I wish you a very, very nice rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Simona.
And you, Aria. It was a pleasure being together. Actually, we are together also in the office, but it was nice to be together in front of all of you and all of us. So I thank again Aria, and I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Mr. Kundun, Directorate General for International Partnership at the European Commission. Okay, this is the beauty and the beast of being live. So, what to say? I could actually make a joke, but you know that depending from the culture, I only have Italian jokes. So, what to say? I'm just waiting instruction to see what comes next. Perhaps in the meantime, we could see the results from the Mentimeter. We could share it with our participants. So I'm not obliged to say n'importe quoi. And thank you. So those were the results. Suggestion to enhance cooperation. Area. You thought that actually you are done. Is microphone of Area open? Yes? Okay, good. Area, I'm sorry, back to you. And if you want to make any comment on suggestion to enhance cooperation, we can just take 1 more minute and then we wait for instruction. Otherwise, we move to the following session because actually our program is still quite packed. Area, what to say about
the results of the Mentimeter or the discussion? I think it was very, very good. Again, I'm at a little bit of at the loss of what I should say now, Simona, but I can see the stop talking and start acting as one of the comments from the Mentimeter, and I think that's a very, very good advice as well. So whilst that we have to talk about cooperation, what we actually have to do is act to be ready to address the challenges that are ahead of us together, exchanging information by moving beyond a sharing of information and having joint priorities. So good. We have some work ahead of us, but I think we are getting there.
Lots of work ahead of us. So the key word is act, exactly as we did now, just to cover this little moment of waiting for our next speakers. Otherwise, I just wait instruction. We can even move to the following presentation, not to keep on all too much this part, because we are actually going to an end of this journey together, which lasted a week. We started on Monday, 21st June, and we had 3 days of thematic session covering different areas from greening to inclusion to many aspects of the new learning on the skills for all, until to yesterday and today, where we had this high-level event. But I take the privilege of having these 2 minutes just for me. Well, it was for us, and now it's only for me. Good, now it's for us again. Excellent. It's just to mention again the Ideas Bazaar, which is a virtual 3D experience. You should have the link in the social wall, which belongs to the LiveBit platform, and the same for the Zoom, but you will find it actually in the conference mini site in the ETF website. Profit of this virtual experience, which will remain live for 1 more year. So actually, you will have enough of us, but just go and benefit from these thematic areas. So can I perhaps pass the floor to our ETF director, Cesare Onestini? Okay, so thank you so much. Thanks again, Area. It was wonderful. It was all last second, last minute. And thank you so much, Area. So actually, we continue with the following session. And actually, I'm more than pleased to welcome again here our ETF director. Okay, voila, you saw the shoulder, so it's him. And now you can see the full shape in the jacket. Excellent. Allora, dunque, surprise, surprise, we really ended up in the best. So thank you for giving me the time to talk, because usually the moderator never talks. It was my time after many years I do this job. So I think I pass the floor with the ETF director, Cesare Onestini, for actually a key part, which is our ETF strategy up to 2027. So thanks again to the distinguished panelists, and Cesare, the floor is yours. Thank you all.
Thank you, Simona, and we are now coming towards the end of the conference, but I wanted to take not more than 10 minutes of your time to also share with you how we in ETF want to take on board the results of this conference and bring it into the work we do. First of all, let me say that the conference for us has been incredibly enriching. It has brought out a lot of examples of what is needed, a lot of the questions that we are all asking, and a lot also of the solutions that some have come up with and that we can put all together. It has been inspiring because it has shown us that there is a common view that is shaping. It's a view that is not just belonging to policymakers, but it goes well beyond and it reaches all education and training actors. And this for us, it's an input in the new ETF strategy that we have started implementing in January this year, which is a strategy that we see closely connected to the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has set and where the EU is one of the strong supporters. As you know, our Torino process and the results that we have presented throughout the week contribute to moving towards this. But our strategy also shows that there is an urgency to move. And we have heard the same words many times from different corners, from national level to educational actors, this sense of urgency to respond to the employment demands and the growing risk of unemployment that we see as we move to the post-pandemic phase across the European Union and in the partner countries. And what is needed here is system change. System change is the challenge for all of us. System change is the goal that we need to work towards. And what is the vision? Well, the vision for system change is green and inclusive societies that reap the benefits of the digital era. And what is lifelong learning then? Well, lifelong learning is the engine that can allow us to move towards this system change and this vision and bring tangible benefits to the many. Well, this system change, however, is not going to happen in a day. We heard this this week, we have heard it in many sessions, but in particular I want to pick up the words of a session of a policymaker in the session on the role of actors, highlighting that this cannot be done in a hurry. It's a gradual process. In fact, it requires that we take a fresh look at skills developments and that we put greening and inclusions as part of our common investment. Change is urgent and is required across many dimensions, and I want to pick up some of the words that have been shared by many of you in the conversations we had this week. Allow me to start with a number which was striking to me, and it was from the UNICEF ETF survey of thousands of youth, telling us that more than 50%, 56% of youth consulted find that school prepares them a little or not at all for their employment. This is a call we need to take heed. It's something that calls out to us to react and change some of our policies. Another quote really jumped out to me, and it's a question which came into conversation about small and medium enterprises, looking at a matter of survival for SME managers, small and medium enterprise managers, to change perceptions about skills and the relative opportunities and risks. A matter of survival. But also institutions have been called upon. Institutions should adapt to the reality. They need to adapt to this new reality. We expect individuals to do it. We should expect institutions to do the same. And what is the role of monitoring in all of this? We must revisit the place of monitoring in the policy cycle, which is usually at the end of things, after actions have been implemented, and move it forward to the stage of the policy agenda. I think these recommendations that have emerged from our conversations are what is needed to guide us in the way forward. We also have heard that the green transition needs change of mindset, innovation, and skills. This focus on innovation and mindsets is key, and one of the definite conclusions that we bring as we move forward. And then let me wrap up this round of quotes, going back to the beginning, going back to the words of the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Stefania Giannini, when we opened the conference yesterday. She reminded us that a sustainable, green, and fair recovery hinges on political commitment to invest in quality education and skills and expand opportunities for reskilling, upskilling throughout life. So how do we bring about this change? How and what is the role of the international community? We have heard from the speakers in the panel with ERIA that The EU is changing its support mechanisms. The EU is changing its investment tools. That's part of the change that is needed, the Team Europe approach from the European Union, and more the cooperation with others. Where does ETF fit in? I'd like to just highlight 3 areas of work for ETF, 3 directions of work for the future. The first is to accompany the change process. So if change is our priority, change is what is needed, the role of ETF must be at the outset to accompany the change that is needed in our partner countries. We had many ministers and deputy ministers from our partner countries reminding us of the ambitious reform agendas they have in mind. The process is already in place and the needs that are growing out of the pandemic situation. And our first reference is to them. What does it mean? We need to be active both on the side of education and training providers, but we also need to continue developing the international networks, in particular working closely with many of the partners that we have here today. And the conference, I think, is an excellent basis to reconfirm this commitment to work together and bring forward this joint approach amongst institutions. Ultimately here, I think only education systems that are inclusive by design can respond to growing needs for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. And this system inclusive by design is what needs to guide us in the next steps. There is no more time for excuses here. If skills development is not inclusive, it is because of piecemeal or poorly designed policies. We need to do better than that. The second direction for ETF is to expand the horizon of our work on skills development to make change a reality. So we need to bring here a focus on different sectors of the economy. Whenever we meet in a few years from now, our commitment is that I wish to have around the table an even richer diversity of contributors. We need to have more companies, more employers, more civil society organizations, more communities and cities to share how they make skills investment the cornerstone of achieving the goals of resilience, competitiveness, inclusion, and sustainability. I also wish to have exploited at best the benefits of the new technologies. When we meet again in a few years, we want to look back and see that the step change that we have seen during the pandemic is leading to an augmented capacity to build shared spaces for skills development, exploiting at best the digital opportunities that we have looked at in the past few days. So to support this vision, we will continue working on sector skills development as well, in particular in sectors which are identified by the partner countries as strategic and connected to the greening and inclusion goals that partner countries are setting themselves. We also will take action to continue supporting enterprises and civil society and to focus on the priorities of the EU cooperation with the countries. And then the third and last direction for the work of ETF is to promote and build change with the partners and stakeholders. And here I think it's looking at developing a sort of platform economy of skills development. We need to put the question of resources and capacity at the level of all organizations together. And we need to have a key responsibility as international organizations to improve our coordination, share the efforts and focus on the needs of the partners rather than on our own intervention logics. I think this is a call for action on the side of the international community, something that has been shared by many of the previous speakers as well. We need to all pull in the same direction, which is what guided our conference throughout the 5 days and which needs to guide us towards impact-driven policies. We need to know where we want to go in order to get policies that will move us to the goal. And all starts from here, starts from the discussions we shared and the conversations we had all together. This means for ETF a stronger policy advice function, supported by the monitoring frameworks that you're familiar with, those who have been working with us for a while, built around these lifelong learning approaches we have been looking at from different angles. I am personally delighted to continue leading ETF in this phase. This is an exciting moment for education and training policies, a moment where reform is not only a vision, but is tangible, and where we want it to touch all spheres of life. I believe we need to build on this momentum altogether. We are moving out from the emergency for COVID, but we'll face other emergencies now, and we need to be ready for those. It is urgent to act with a vision, and it is urgent to act together. Moving towards this vision, a vision of learning sustainable societies, is indeed a global challenge. We can learn from each other, and ETF is there to continue supporting you. Thank you. As we come to the end of this, Simona, we need to see whether we wrap
We
up.
have actually Mr. Kondun
Fantastic.
that he joined us. So the only comment I can make after Cesare super speech is, if you can imagine, actually we can build it. Mr. Kondun, you are the most wanted man in the last few seconds, but you gave me the possibility as moderator to talk for 10 minutes with no sense. So it was an excellent opportunity for me. Thank you so much. So Mr. Kondun, it's a pleasure and an honor actually to introduce you as Director General of Directorate General for International Partnership. He will talk us about the European Union as global player supporting education and training across the world. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. And I mean, I heard some of the final comments of Cesare, and I think it seems clear that I am certainly needing some reskilling or upskilling, because I apparently managed to delete the Zoom link for this conversation from my agenda, and I had to make my secretariat scramble to find the Zoom link again. But really very happy to be here with you. For what is indeed a very important conversation. I would maybe like to start with really the geopolitical context, because that's what defines what I will say afterwards. There are actually three big trends that shape the focus for our work on education. The first one is that actually, even before the pandemic hit us, the world was already experiencing really a learning crisis. If you look at the figures of the World Bank, 258 million children of primary, secondary, and post-secondary age were simply out of school. I mean, 258 million. Half of all 10-year-old children could not read a simple text. And in sub-Saharan Africa, where we're working a lot, I mean, that figure is close to 90%. And what COVID-19 has done, it has made this trend worse. And it's basically creating the worst crisis in education and learning in a century. And I think there's plenty of evidence figures by World Bank, by the OECD, that puts even an economic figure on it. It's almost 10% of global GDP that is actually being lost. The second big trend is, of course, the pace of population growth, which will continue to increase. I mean, let's just pause for a second to consider. In 1820, there were 1 billion people on Earth. A century later, 2 billion people. And in 1975, by which time most of us, I think, were already born, 4 billion. And 7 billion by 2010. So if you look at it in a different way, for every baby born in Europe, around 10 are born in Africa and around 6 in India. And so by 2030, sub-Saharan Africa will become the second most populous part of the world, and it will be the youngest part of the world. And that brings me to a third big trend. I mean, we're going through, I mean, a technological equivalent, basically, of the Cambrian explosion. New technologies present a huge opportunity to address key challenges: poverty, disease, environmental degradation, climate change, and so on. And with these technologies comes the new creation of new jobs. most of which currently don't exist and which will require new skills. So in that framework, with these trends, what's then our policy choice? I mean, the defining challenge, no doubt, of any government or public organization is how to reconcile and tap into the opportunities that these trends represent, but at the same time to address the fault lines that they generate, that they create. And there are two areas where the European Union has really decided to take some leadership. The first one is to spearhead global action on COVID vaccine distribution. I mean, Team Europe, us and our member states were the lead donor in the COVAX facility with the 3.2 billion euro pledge. We are helping to deliver vaccines to the 92 countries most in need. And this is really crucial for education. It's essential to get those vaccines in those countries, to get young people and their teachers back to school. If we don't manage to do that, we're going to create a real education and inequality crisis with many dropouts. The second big issue for us is really to ramp up our education opportunities. And to do so, we will focus on three particular areas. First of all, investing in learning outcomes, and then specifically in teachers. I mean, I really think that in most parts of the world, apart from health workers, teachers have been the heroes of the COVID crisis. They have been trying in extremely difficult circumstances, nevertheless, to do their jobs. Now, the challenge therefore is, especially with growing demography, to have teachers who know the matters they teach. And secondly, those who know the matters they teach, to make sure that they have the qualities to know how to teach them. And that will require a major effort. Alone in sub-Saharan Africa, we're looking at a need of more than 20 million extra teachers needed by 2030. So that's a first area, investing in teachers. The second one is, of course, investing in equality, promoting notably girls' education, digital innovations that promote inclusion, and then, of course, supporting our partner countries, notably on child labor, which is a real handicap and a real stumbling block for children to go to school. And the third big area is, of course, investing in skills for work. I mean, as Edwin Cannon, British economist and demographer, says, a baby comes to the world not only with a mouth and a stomach, but also with a pair of hands. And if we look at this, I mean, hundreds of millions of young people will enter the labor market in this decade. They're going to look for decent jobs that match their aspirations. Just in Africa, by 2035, 450 million people will enter the job market. And so we need to really rally to provide them with a solid education foundation that allows lifelong learning and that is aligned with employment needs and employment opportunities. We will pursue these priorities in close dialogue, obviously, with our partner countries, based on the premise that education expenditure is an indispensable building block in the recovery efforts. And that's a point we will consistently be making. Recovery is not just about economic recovery. It needs to be accompanied certainly by higher investments in education. Talking about higher investments, what does the EU do? Well, the funding by the EU and member states together already now represents more than 50% of global ODA grants that go to education, which makes Team Europe the largest donor worldwide. But on top of that, my Commissioner Urpilainen, who is particularly interested in education, and I think we all know that Finland is an outstanding reference when it comes to education, she has decided to increase our EU spending on education from 7% of the envelope we now have to 10%, which is equivalent to around 5 billion euros. It will benefit all regions. We will do it everywhere, but of course with a particular interest on sub-Saharan Africa. We are currently in the process of programming this funding, and in concrete terms, we will look specifically at linking education and the labor market. We will, of course, massively invest, and that you will like, Cesare, investment in vocational education and training programs that really bring demand and supply together at country level. I think indeed in Europe, we have an outstanding track record that we have built. And I think it's very important that we share some of the know-how, some of those experiences with our partners. And the good news is that 80% of the country programs that are being designed now, 80% cover vocational education and training, notably in support of the green economy and the digital program. So we there have a perfect alignment between education and the other priorities we have, which is the green economy and digital. Because it's not worth investing in the green economy and in digital programs unless we accompany that by making sure that people acquire the right skills, education, training to actually do something with it. And that's why I'm actually quite pleased to see that the orientations we had provided to our delegations to really focus on this has really materialized. I mean, 80% of the country programs foresee this, which is excellent news. Second element, we're of course expanding Erasmus Plus. Every year we offer hundreds of thousands of students from abroad the opportunity to study in European universities, and the budget for Erasmus Plus is being enlarged. Thirdly, whilst we do all that, we want to continue promoting Europe's socioeconomic model, so bringing together workers, employers, governments in social dialogue to exchange also on education, training, skills, and so on. And here, with most European universities, VET institutions, we can really build these kind of mutual relations with local public and private sector operations. We're obviously going to continue investing in education system reforms for inclusive and quality education, and that we will notably do by rolling out budget support programs that allow us to put funding directly into the treasury, into the budgets of partner countries, accompanied by policy dialogue and result indicators. And finally, we will continue to lead in reacting on education in emergency situations, mainly in Africa, but also in the Middle East, where EU investment in education in emergency will reach 1 billion in the new MFF. To do all this, and you've referred to it already, we will act very closely with our own member states in a Team Europe approach, so that we really bring together the resources of the EU, plus the resources of the EU member states, plus those of our development finance institutions. And I think that by doing so, we will show the strength of Europe collectively when it comes to education, and we will probably also be better, more coherent and stronger partners for our partner countries worldwide. I hope that in doing so, we will make a sizable contribution to try and handle what is indeed likely to be the biggest education crisis of our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Koen. I'd like to thank you for being an excellent Zoomer in spite of the glitches, because you helped us to zoom out and look at the important challenges at the global level, but then to zoom back in and look at how education and training can really bring concrete solutions. And what we heard from you, I think it's a call for action to all of us, because we see the European Union is stepping up its own engagement. Commissioner Urpilainen had made it clear that education is a priority, and it's excellent news what you told us, that the programs being designed are already focusing on skills as one of the key elements. This is something we in ETF believe deeply, and seeing it realized, it's an encouragement for us to also continue support this. So thanks a lot, and thanks and all the best for the work ahead. We see that the challenge is there, but some of the solutions are also there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, friends, we now come to the concluding session of our conference. It's been a long week, but a very busy and interactive week. It's a time to start with the thanks, but I would like to start with my colleague Boren from UNESCO. we started and we launched the conference together on Monday. We have been interacting virtually throughout the week. And I would like to ask Boren to share with us his concluding remarks, concluding thoughts before we announce the winner of the Green Skills Award.
Thank you, Cesare. I would be speaking in English and French just to diversify a bit the language that we are using here. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier, cher Cesare, pour
dear Cesare, to thank you and your entire team for the wonderful work you've done. ETF is also my family, and I would also like to thank all the staff from UNESCO who made this conference such a great success. I would like to thank all the partners who joined us from the ILO, UNICEF, and also the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I would also like to thank all of the other organizations who joined us. I would like to thank all the participants who followed us during this week on the different channels.
Dear colleagues, UNESCO will continue to be a platform for collaboration and reinforced multilateralism in the area of education and lifelong learning. On July 13, we'll convene a first segment of the Global Education Meeting, focusing on levers for acceleration for lifelong learning, paving the way for a global ministerial meeting that will be organized during our General Conference in November this year. We'll also organize the Interagency Group on Technical and Vocational Education and Training, and together, I'm sure we will be reporting to the group with the results of our meeting and our conference this week. We will also, during this conference, we have organized the consultation on a UNESCO strategy for technical and vocational education and training, and obviously we'll take away the different direction that we have discussed during the conference. I would like to thank again you, Cesare, and commend your leadership for getting together to organize this conference. Thanks the partners, and maybe just a few takeaways for our collaboration going forward. I think we can take 5 directions as of the discussion that we have had today. First of all, the right basic perspective should prevail. Is the right of individual for lifelong learning. Second, capacity building, creating enabling environment will be critical, and some of the speakers mentioned this. Third, knowledge sharing and peer learning. These events and other events and the work we are doing together should lead to better policy learning and knowledge sharing. Fourth, mobilizing domestic and global financial resources. We just heard from the Director General. Obviously, the European Union support is critical, but not only. Domestic funding, public partnership should be also important. Last point, I think data is critical. We have heard about this from the beginning to the end. Data for supporting individual choices, for supporting decision makers, but also for the international cooperation and for monitoring where we are and where we stand. So data would be a critical aspect as well, and I hope we can continue the collaboration in this area. Thank you very much. Grazie, Cesare, and good luck to all the colleagues who joined this meeting, also for the winner that we will learn with you right now. Over to you.
Merci, Boren. Thank you very much. And indeed, thanks to UNESCO. Thanks for doing what UNESCO does best, which is really setting an agenda for action. So thanks again for helping us in these concluding remarks to see what needs to be the steps ahead. And thanks again to EBRD, ILO, and UNICEF who have been cooperating in the design of the conference. So now it's the last fun part. As you know, we have to announce the winners of the Green Skills Awards. The first time we called these awards, it has an incredible success in terms of entries and in terms of voting online. And in order to introduce it, we have a short video. So welcome back. And as you have seen, this has been an exciting prize. I have with me Anastasia, who has been the mastermind of the conference. And so she will help us also to wrap up and thank everybody who has been instrumental in this process. But first of all, let me tell you, the Green Skills Award has been launched in February 2021. We have received over 130 applications, and we have opened the voting amongst 11 finalists. We have received over 23,000 votes. So I would like to congratulate all the finalists, all the entries really, but all the finalists, because they're all stories of great good practice and give us inspiration for what we want to do as educators around the globe. And it is my pleasure now to announce the 3 winners, the most voted 3 practices. So the first prize goes to Palestine, an example from Palestine. Ghada Krayem is the story of Ghada. It's a vocational education center offering green energy curricula for refugees in Gaza. So congratulations and a great inspiration for all of us. You can find all the information online. The second prize goes to an example from Turkey, and it's the Selçuk Aslan Atatürk Vocational and Technical High School, raising awareness on impact of online learning on the environment. And the third example comes from India. It's the PSS Center Institute of Vocational Education. And the project was schools introducing green skills into their curricula. So this is the prize which will, very ecological as you can see, this is the prize that will make its way to our finalists. Congratulations to all of you. It has really been an exciting adventure. We believe that these examples of good practice go a long way in giving us ideas and really in bringing out the best in the policies that we have in terms of inspiration. So thank you, everybody, and thanks to all those who voted as well, because they really help us make an excellent choice. So we come to the last few words. Anastasia also has the prize for the other finalists, and we can share this again. We'll send them on the way to you. So Anastasia, I want to give you the last word to thank all the colleagues, all the organizations which have been so instrumental in setting up this important conference.
Thank you, Cesare. Well, you called me the mastermind. So the mastermind is happy.
Oh, good.
It's very happy because we've made it, and we have made it well. And the mastermind knows that this has been a joint effort. We worked very, very intensively. Several colleagues from ETF bringing different skills, different experiences, different opinions. We were not always in accordance. So we had our negotiations, we had our reflections, and we had our hiccups in the process. We also draw very, very much on the experience, expertise of our partner organizations and of all our speakers. Every briefing brought us something to adapt and change. But we were all working on the same goal, and this is what I would like to say in 2 words, that the experience of this conference, it was actually a micro experience of what we have been discussing this last week. So it gave results. I think that the conference was successful. It achieved its objectives because we all agree lifelong learning is indispensable if we want to move towards more sustainable societies. We did tap into experience to learn from each other, to find common solutions, and we all want to work together. So the objectives are there. But I think that the hard work starts now, really. It's always like that, as usual, yes. But I think also that the hardest work to do, it is to change mindset, all of us, yeah? And see things differently. In particular, expanding our focus from standardized formal education and training settings into learning that takes place everywhere. And of course, we can change things. We have to change things, the things we don't like, the things which don't work anymore. But I think we have also to give value to what we have. I think we have to give value to people's skills, even those who have been named all this time as low qualified. Everybody has skills. Everybody's skills have to be recognized and built upon them. And we have really to make people proud of who they are and what they can do. So I think this is important for lifelong learning systems. Also, I think we have to give value to local knowledge as much as global knowledge. What we saw in our conference and in many other conferences, there is a lot of innovation, a lot of wisdom, and a lot of knowledge at local level. We can all get inspired from it. And I also think that we have to give much more value to diversity and learning together. We are all different, we are all equal, we all work towards the common objective. So what I get from this conference, to tell the truth, in fact, it is that the only way to lead the process toward inclusive by design, as we named them, lifelong learning system, it is to put the pieces together. To learn every day with one another, without predefined agendas, but without forgetting our final aim. So we said we have to imagine the future, but we have to imagine it together. It's not the imagination of one or the other only that has to go ahead. And I would like also to highlight what Deputy Minister Popovic said earlier, We have really to build on this experience that exists everywhere, the needs and realities. So it is not an easy thing, and also we are in a hurry. We have to act fast, it was said. So it's not an easy thing to do all that, but we will make it. We will make it, and I think that ETF, as all the other partners, will continue to work together and also learn and change ourselves as institutions, as international organizations. So having said that, I would like to pass now to the thanking aspect of all this work that has been done. I would like to thank UNESCO, UNICEF, EBRD, ILO, for being with us in this conference, but more generally being our strong partners. I would like to thank all our speakers and participants for all the ideas, dilemmas, opinions, inspiration that they gave us, and for all the emails they have received from us during the last time. They have received massive number of emails. I want also to thank the European Commission, and in particular the 5 DGs that have been here with us these days, and with whom we collaborate very closely and fruitfully. And as a citizen, to thank the European Union for all the work it's doing on climate action and the Green Deal to bring forward more fair and green societies. Enormous work is done not only for the member states, but globally, as we heard. And to ask again as a citizen to do more and more and more, because it's never enough. So that's it. And finally, I would like to thank all my colleagues here. They look at me, they loved me and hated me at the same time during this period. So I want to thank all of them for the wonderful work that they have been doing, all the resilience and capacities they have demonstrated. And I want also to thank our interpreters and our organizer for being also with us and helping our communication. So the next step is to prepare the conclusion of this conference. Boren? It's also for you, this one. Yeah, and to wish all of us to have strength and energy and be courageous enough to change ourselves first. So thank you very much to everybody, and I wish you good luck back to your work. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice weekend, and on Monday we start again. All the best. Thank you.